Winter GreenHELL. It's round 3 of the 2020-21 season, and we are getting ready for another fantastic 4 hours before the finale brings us a 6-hour extravaganza. That's going to be February 13th. Some great results from December 19th, November 28th. All the races, of course, starting at 2 p.m. UTC time. If that's Eastern time, it's 9 a.m. If it's in any other time, we'll find that up. I only have to worry about EST. I'm Dylan Coyle, joined alongside Lorenzo Bonder, Tom Davies. How are you boys doing today?
Doing just fine, and getting ready for 4 hours of great action. Last round was just as crazy as the first round. I can expect the same thing coming out of the third round. Let's hope the drivers have a clean start over here at the GreenHELL. But Tom, I think we have a lot of talking points to talk about this race because round 2 was jam-packed with so many stuff going on track.
Yeah, exactly. So much going on. And as you can see, championship is tight as you could possibly ask for.
Yep, and the championship in this extremely unique point system that we, of course, have here in the Winter GreenHEll. Danis, Aris Fabry, Lars Baumiller, excuse me, and Patrick Shilikowski all tied. Remember, it's not a team's championship, it's a driver's championship. And all three of those spread across 2 teams, as even though there's 4 classes, SP9, which is the GT3s, SP7, the Porsche Cup, the SP10, the GT4s, and the TCRs. Pretty, you know, it's a very easy explanation, I guess you could say, right there. As we look to the starting grid, Lorenzo.
Yeah, with Sim Racing Academy Red in the lead after 2 rounds. They were in the lead in the first round, but now not in the lead in the second. Now getting first again for the round number 3. Glacier Racing GreenHEll in second. Adrenaline E Motorsport in third. Simsa in fourth. As we go into the P number 5 for NJB Performance Red. And then we have Adrenaline E Motorsport number 2, the number 21 in 6th place. 7th is Revolution Sim Racing Blue, with Marshmallow Racing in 8th. Going to 9th place, it is Kowa Motorsport with NJB Green in 10th. Full Send Racing in 11th. iLiveries in 12th. Followed by T3 Esports Alpha in 13th. And then running out the GT3 or SP9 grid is iLiveries Vibe Sports Red. In SP7 is Sim Racing Academy Black, followed by Raceline Sim Sports. Iberverbatic Dirk is in 3rd. Slow and Confused is in 4th. With WS Racing Esports Purple in 5th. Backmarker Racing Orange is in 6th. Birthday Cake is in 7th. Without Team rounding out the top 8. And then the other cars are Iberverbatic Jury in 9th. Zekro Esports in 10th. Pro Drive Esports PLN Team Grello in 11th, and Zenith Esports in 12th. Pro Drive's works as actually the 13th car in the grid. They didn't get a lap in, also with Zenith. In SP10, we have Simsa Esports GT4 in 1st, Torque Freak Racing by Carrot in 2nd, Team RSO 297 in 3rd, with Corson Racing Onyx in 4th, PND Racing in 5th, Aerobatic Bastion in 6th, T3 Esports Gamma in 7th, and Pro Drive Esports VLN Team Red in 8th. German Sim Racing Magenta in 9th. Fiercely 4 GT Team in 10th. Elmo Racing in 11th, and German Sim Racing Red in 12th. And then we have the 3 last cars in the grid with Kinetic Racing Velocity in 13, Holy Hall in 14, and then we have Team Simone Modica in 15. Then we have Boosted in the 1st place in TCRs, Lone Wolf Motorsports in 2nd, Revolution Sim Racing Purple in 3rd, Torque Freak Racing in Avon Rise in 4th, Podium Hunters Black is in 5th, Artifact Slow Pony in 6th, followed by Marshmallow Racing 205 and Crystal Forward in the 7th and 8th places. Then we have the 3 last cars in the grid in TCRs with Dentsu Sim Racing Black in 9th, T3 Esports Delta in 10th, and rounding out the TCR grid here, Dylan is Labs at Racing Team, the 389 in 11th.
Well, we are just about ready to get underway here as they go into Tiergarten, and I know one thing, Tom and Lorenzo, this is going to be an action-packed 4 hours. It's something we've seen in the first 2 rounds, all the action, all the tight racing, and with a big field here, we know that the drama is not going to start or end in the first, well, few hundred meters. Maybe it'll start there. So as we see the field get ready, 1 minute will separate the fastest 2 classes with the slowest 2. It's going to be the SP9s led by Mario Jury and the Sim Racing Academy Red. Lamborghini getting ready to go here. And as they slowly cross the front straight, it's his pack and away they go. They fan out almost 4 wide here. Lots of swapping in the background, and it looks like immediately a driver gets in front as they possibly go 3 wide into corner number 1. They're making it clear so far. Do we see 4 wide? Maybe a little bit more as they get shoved out to the green tarmac area, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it got a little bit confusing at the start because the lead car in this race so far is even Vervatic Dirk. Actually managed to kind of jump the starter on every single SP9 car. We have a lot of confusion at the exit of the arena with the Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and I think that was a Neighbor Vervatic car who got into contact with them at the very start. SP10 is about to begin. The GT4 cars now accelerating out of the BMW start zone as they go into the Yokohama Asphalt turn number 1.
Going into turn number 1, it's Lars Baumler who has to defend an attack by the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot, Tim Clayson's machine. And it looks like he's going to be able to. Helpful that he did go a little bit too late on the brakes. Look at all of these cars coming out of the first few corners. The TCRs, the last of the classes to get into some racing action here. You know, the GT4 is both a Porsche and BMW. It's only the only other class to have multiple manufacturers racing, so it's going to be something to look at. Which car performs better over the course of the next 4 hours, Tom?
Yeah, we saw, particularly in the first round, the differences between those cars can be absolutely key. The Porsche just that little bit more nimble, a little bit more agile. But when you get onto the straight, the BMW M4 is going to haul, which opens up those slightly easier overtakes on that massive back straight as you complete the lap.
And on to the Nordschleife section. Lorenzo, I know you're very familiar with the names of the long straights here. My word, just watch as these cars glue themselves to the curb. You know, in qualifying, the top 2 qualifiers were only 2/10 off over the course of around 15 miles. And that's something that we're going to continue to see as this race progresses. Who do you feel like are the favorites in the GT3 class, guys?
This is, for me, it's a very tricky thing because we normally seen Sim Racing Academy Red as the favorite car, the stronger car out of the GT3 bunch, usually getting good places. Plus, they are the leaders of the SP9 category at the time being. So they had a little bit of an issue at the very start of the second round, but managed to claw themselves back up. But if I have to point out in the SP9 GT3 field, it might be them, but never count Simsa out because they had the strategy going for them at the very start of the race. So it's all for now. We just can make favorites so far.
What do you think, Tom? Oh, it's always hard to call when you got a race as long as this one, particularly at the Nordschleife. It's going to be inevitable that we see mistakes, little incidents here and there, and it's a case of not being in the wrong place at the wrong time. If you can sort that out, particularly over these first few laps, then anybody could be in a great position to take it, but I think Lorenzo hit it just spot. Sim Racing Academy Red tend to be the ones to put themselves in that favourite spot, and as a result, you should keep your eye on them.
And as we see this big logjam forming around here, you know, we talk about endurance racing, and the Nordschleife is so synonymous with the 24 hours that they race here at, you know, the Klein track. But if we're really looking at it, this is a 4-hour sprint race. I mean, they're going to go around this track maybe, you know, you can say 7 times per hour, maybe 28 times. So there's a lot of places to mess up, around 150 corners, 154, I believe, just in the Nordschleife section alone. So there's going to be many opportunities to gain time, lose time, as we see a battle for the lead. It is forming in the Porsche Cup, it looks like.
Yeah, immediately Daniel Muth looking to apply the pressure. You come all the way around this sweeping left-hander track, just trying to fall away from you all the time. Tucked into the slipstream, of course, these Cup cars not quite so reliant on the aero effects as GT3, so you can run really tight. It's going to go to the outside. Is there going to be space for him to hang it out to dry all the way up? The 153's got the pace, got the advantage, and now has the position.
Wow. That was some risky driving. He makes it work, but he goes wide, almost into the grass. He's going to lose a lot of time here in this long straight section before we get to the carousel. It's one of the most intriguing places on track.
Whoa.
Oh no, he's going to slide. He saves it, but he loses places in the process, Tom.
That was a little bit of a mistake there. You could tell he was on the edge, doesn't want to get held up by the guys around him, wants to be able to run his own race, but a little bit too eager. Slid the rear end round, and as a result, he's got to now make 2 overtakes instead of just the 1.
Well, you know what? I think he's going to be okay with that because he should have had a lot more difficulty keeping the car straight once he got his 2 right side tires into the grass. Might have just barely stayed on the tarmac area, the curbing, but thankfully for him, he gets to continue that race. We're back to the SP9 class, the GT3. Oh no! And it looks like there's a spin right in front of traffic. The Sim Racing Academy red car. Mario Jury, the man who qualified on pole in the overall in this class, he's going to fall all the way back, Lorenzo.
Yeah, right around Bündchen over here. As we're going to look on the replay, they come down in the left-hand side turn at Aspa, and then they come into YouTube corner. So victim of the YouTube corner. People, if they were taking live pictures at the scene, they would love a write about it. But also, a gentleman, Fabio Basucci, actually got a little bit lucky. No contact whatsoever between the cars. He's narrowly avoiding the car of Yuri in a very tricky place. Luckily, he avoided the wall and had a lot of ground to make up for the to make up back to the track. But the problem is, damage is done. He's thrown all the way back into the last place in the SP9 category. By the way, thank you. I'm gonna pass it up actually to you though.
All right, well, we do have to say thank you to Logan for saying congrats on the deal with the Lionheart Indy Series. Yes, we're extremely excited here at RaceSpot. You know, the more IndyCar I say, the better. And I know that we have the IR01 series that we do broadcast during the week. Open wheel, getting all of the uniqueness that we do get on RaceSpot. It's pretty fun. It's pretty awesome. And I know one thing, Lorenzo, you've been with RaceSpot longer than I have, longer than Tom has. I'm sure you've seen the evolution to getting more series, more premier series, and having a lot of fun while doing it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting road championship whenever it comes down to the mid portion of the year, because the IR1 is eventually going to be a world championship car. It is a very interesting car, nevertheless. It has a lot of downforce to start that car. They have to start in By the way, we have the number 73 spun around a Tiergarten, it looks like.
Yes, it is absolutely that. The NJB Performance #green car of Jens Buchaj. Excuse me. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit painful. Oh, and he comes right back onto the track. Well, that was close. That was a little scary, a little too hairy for my liking. You see, coming down into this final section right here, oh, that's going to be a lot of damage, I think. Hitting that tire barrier can always lead. It's an interesting feeling compared to hitting just a normal barrier, because it's like a squish. It's rubber. And that can lead to a lot more kinetic energy displacement throughout the rest of the car. Look at me using the science here. Look at this.
Yeah, it's getting tight. It's getting tight. Like we said just at the top of the show, the BMW can really hold, but given the slipstream that they came in just up ahead of it has, he's able to survive this attack. Watch this BMW though. M4 is just going to close and close and close all the way down. They might even go 3 abreast into turn 1. Slipstream is going to be absolutely crucial.
Ooh! That was very dangerous. The move, almost a swap over, almost got right into the back. We were watching from the onboard on the Torque Freak racing machine, but the Core Sim Racing Onyx driver, well, that was that was an interesting looking move. I'm not sure if we saw that or you saw that, Tom, but that could have been ending in catastrophe. Now, I will say, with it being GT4, with the distinct lack of aerodynamic effect, we're going to see a lot of close driving between cars in this series. It's going to lead to situations like that throughout the course of this 4-hour race.
Yeah, as ever, everybody's eager to get by, and there's always going to be cars together on this track, whether it's intra-class, inter-class. It doesn't really make much of a difference because people don't want to lose time in either scenario, so sometimes you're going to have people trying to cut through the traffic, scythe their way past without losing time. At other times, you can have little battles like this where everybody's trying to gain that little bit of a marginal advantage. At the moment, it's the Porsches in positions 2 and 3 that are just gapping them in behind during this little bit of a normal circuit, shall we say, and then we'll break towards the Nordschleife and see how it changes.
Ah, yes, the normal circuit. The newer part of this entire complex. And we obviously saw racing leagues like Formula One return there this season. And great run from fan favorite Nico Hulkenberg there. Yeah, and now, you know, one thing, seeing a modern Formula One car, as we see a great battle here in the SP9 division, if we saw a Formula One car on the Nordschleife circuit today, how fast do you think the times would be?
I think it would be in the wall by the time it's done. 7 of the 15 miles. No,
Fair.
We did get to see the BMW Sauber, what's that, almost a decade ago now, do a little lap around here, and it was looking pretty quick. It also had to stop for a couple of photo opportunities, so it's anticipated that that would have been a lap record, and then you take into account all the development we've had over the past 10 years, they would absolutely fly, assuming they stay on the road, which is a whole different thing when you take into account the little bumps and jumps that the Nordschleife offers.
Well, that's my question. With all of the bumps, I mean, cars will gain so much air over the course of one lap. Would a Formula One car get, add in some ground effect, and I would even want to know about this more, but a Formula One car, would it even get off the ground? Would it just get sucked to the floor?
It'd probably just suck itself to the floor, if I'm honest. Yeah. The thing they'd have to watch is the suspension, because it's going to suck itself to the floor very aggressively over a few of these crests if you were to run an F1 car right here. So, yeah, it's just going to put it through all the kind of stresses that it's not designed to do. Although we do see at Monaco they run a different steering setup so they can actually make it round a couple of the corners. So you never know. Maybe they would be able to design something to fix that. But if you were just to take a stock car and put it on the Nordschleife, I'd be surprised if it makes it round.
Yeah.
Just if someone was going to go around right there.
Well, it looked like Dan Dracia was the man that almost had a rough issue. By the way, we're going to be seeing a lot of penalties from the start of the race. It looks like and I'll go through them, I'll try to match them up with everything, but we had 2 specific incidents under investigation as we see a 3-car tandem going through here. The 116 car, the car that was in the lead of the Porsche Cup division, the SP7s, if you will, is going to have a 30-second stop and hold penalty. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, you don't stop in the pits for that long and get away with it, do you? You're going to have to drive pretty quickly if you want to make up for such a penalty, but you never know. With this track in particular, like we said, anything can happen. It's not out of the realms of possibility that everyone ahead of them just crashes. That's how brutal this circuit is. So they'll know that it's not game over. They'll be pushing as hard as they can to make up for it, but it's a sort of hindrance they could have done without, should we say.
And it looks like the 347 car currently second place. Yes, second in the TCR series is getting a 5-second stop and hold penalty for a dive bomb earlier in the running of this event. There will also be a drive-through for the 43 car, the iLivery's Vibe Esports, or Viv Esports Yellow Machine, and the GT3 series. So there's a lot of penalties. I'm sure that race control is going to be very busy. Our very own Arjuna Kinkipati does a great job with this series. We were talking before the broadcast started in the most loving way possible. He's a nerd when it comes to this. He always has attention for detail, and we love him for it.
Yeah, we do love him for it. And then, unfortunately, that is going to break quite a lot of the fight between the PCR cars, because right now we have
drafts.
Racing Purple. Yeah, we have the draft right now for the lead of the SP9 category.
Oh, well, I thought he was going to be able to get a little bit more ahead, but they're going to be side by side in the tier carton. Who's going to be the one who gets in front? It's going to be Glacier staying in front of Adrenaline E Motorsport. But be careful here. It's very easy to get this Lamborghini loose. The Audi is right behind. And by the way, it's Lamborghini, Mercedes, Audi. Those are the three makes in the SP9 class. It was supposed to be the BMW, which I believe at the before round one was taken out of consideration and swapped with the Lamborghini Hurricane GT3 Evo.
Yeah, I mean, whilst I've not got anything against the BMW, I'm not exactly going to complain about having a Lamborghini Huracan on the track as well. Particularly,
it sounds so nice. So nice.
It really screams.
It really screams like an Audi.
Yeah, okay.
Are we allowed to say this? Is this going a little bit too far? No, the Lamborghini, as anybody would know, Lamborghini and Audi heavily associated. We got a little bit of replay though. Here we go. This is the start. Watch that Porsche on the inside of the cup.
I was extremely confused.
Entire SP9 field down towards the inside.
What a launch!
So when that happens, I was struggling a bit because I'm like, that looks like a Porsche Cup car, and I'm like, it is. Why? Look at this.
I mean, how do you deal with that if you're in the SP9 GT3 category? That's not a scenario you've trained for. You're not practiced turn one when there's a cup car ahead of you. That is ridiculous.
That is the best replay. Guys, I remember I said drama was going to... I don't remember I said I didn't think drama would start for 100 meter or a few hundred meters. It started in the negative meters range. Oh man, it's great. Some more replays from the start here. See some flashing. Get out of the way!
Yeah, he's led the race for a couple corners, and then he's just going to let them all through. Look at him, he goes so wide. He's just trying to let through the horde of Lamborghinis.
That is incredible. I've never seen something like that in multi-class racing. We'll see on board here.
To be fair, hold up. You say to be fair, I've seen that happen in ILMS races. Sorry, it's not ILMS races anymore. It is the ESS right now, the European Sprint Series. Or I've seen, especially this week, GT cars overtaking LMP2 cars at the start of the race because the LMP1 cars were of lower I rating overall. So the LMP2 drivers wanted to be more cautious, and they distanced themselves way too much and just let them by. But by the way, we see the drift from Raceline Sport, and now we have the incident at the Mercedes arena involving Revolution Team Racing Blue.
I still can't help but think about that start as we see the spin here.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's nobody's really at fault there. I don't think they will just come together into one.
It's a lap one racing incident.
Yeah,
I think you can put that too, and that's also why the car it was not involved in any sort of incidents under investigation. Parts as we come back to live pictures, we join alongside the looks like the GT4 field, and yeah, the GT style chicane is the superior chicane. Is the best. You're welcome. Is much better than the open wheel style chicane. Tom, your thoughts?
I'd say the other chicane is required for open wheel racing. Obviously, they get the overtakes done in those big stops where you can try and outbrake your rival. But for a GT car, I'd definitely say you're right. You want the more flowing version.
Hold up, let me ask you a question. Have you ever driven the GT chicane in open wheels? I think you guys have, right? Yeah.
I actually have not, and I
think
really
have
want
at
to.
one time by accident.
Let me
All
just
right.
wait. By accident.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I just go on. I was laughing at the by accident.
One of the most
portion.
interesting things is while we're watching this battle between Corson Racing, Onyx, and Torque
And it's a
Freak,
great
as they
close
go
battle
into-
here.
Yeah, great close battle as they just got into fluke plots and now heading to the Schwedenkreuz section in the Nuremberg. It's a very interesting thing that one of the very riskiest things you really want to do, but I've done it I think just once, is go side by side in the chicane. And you can actually do it, but it's so risky. You really don't want to do it, but you can do it. Trust me.
Requires a lot of respect, I would say, between the drivers. Make sure that you
And
leave the
there's some
space.
craziness. I have plenty.
Yeah.
That was never in any doubt, Lorenzo, that you had some of that. As we see this group of cars head through Foxhole, and then we'd actually join in with the Audi TCR class, seeing Simmons lead there in the boosted motorsport vehicle.
Race winner in round 2, by the way.
And he is very far in front of the Revolution Sim Racing Purple Machine, currently driven by Konstantin Slottenberg.
Stolzenberg.
Yeah, he's Stolzenberg. I know it's Stolzenberg now. You know, there's many names, including corner names, that I'm having issues with today. I know Tom
what
can
I'm here for.
empathize with me. Yes, Lorenzo, the Portuguese, the Brazilian man who speaks Portuguese. If it wasn't for you, what would we do?
Yeah, I
You'd
know.
have butchered corner names in a Scottish accent.
And an American, an American and Scott try to say that could be its very own episode of Talking Tense on RaceSpotTV. English or Scott and an American. God, I can't even speak. Try to pronounce the corner names of the Nordschleife. Arjuna does Talking Tense. Arjuna, add us, have us on.
Not sure I need that embarrassment. This battle's getting nice and close.
Yes,
though.
it is.
This
it
is
is
very tight. They're well, I mean, you can't get much closer than that for such an important position at the front of the race without really going for a move. I don't think you won't see the Audi trying to stick a half-hearted one up the inside. Gets a lovely run out of that banked corner though, up the hill once again. Lamborghini just seems to have enough legs, enough power to just gap at the crucial moments.
Hey, this is the thing, on the straight line, actually, despite having the same engine, the Audi has superior performance due to the drag itself. So you're going to see as Fabio Bisucci is going to get closer. He's going to get closer eventually, but he's going to hang back because what's the point of you battling out right now? So try to save, go for the strategy, try to save fuel. Even though it is a tiny amount of fuel, that helps you during the long run, during the final portions of the race, because they do 8 laps around the track. It is roughly on the hour mark, so whenever they come to the pit lane, you can feel less than the competitor and be an advantage point. One of the things that we have to be mindful of is that while this battle is going, not far behind, Gustas is in somewhere in between, and then Yuka. Interesting stuff. He's coming into the pit lane. Does he have a penalty? Does he have a penalty? It doesn't look. Oh, actually, he does have a penalty from what it looks like. But it was cleared already.
So let's see exactly what this is. I'm looking through our race control. It does not appear that the 64 had a penalty, but it's a drive-through. I wonder, yeah, I'd like to know what happened there, because that battle has ended. Maybe it was an iRacing system penalty? Try to get some confirmation on that.
There was a protest from the Torque Freak racing car came through for a lap 2 dive bomb, so probably related to that one, but that's going to be huge for Lamborghini. Coming through the pits 25 minutes into the race, and you got 35 minutes of trying to close the gap, but it's just going to weigh on you the whole way through the remaining 3.5 hours or so.
My question is, you know, if we're looking at the protestable actions and the penalties that are handed from there, a dive bomb, the minimum is a warning. So this was big enough to, if this is what it was, this was big enough to warrant a drive-through. We're not seeing it show up on race control. That's why I am curious.
I think that is probably from the previous race. I saw Glacier got into a few scraps in the previous race. They were P3, and when they started round number 2, they eventually got into contact just on lap 1 on Ehrenberg, but I think Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and then they have to scrap themselves back together, but they had a few issues midway through their stints. So that might be something that is from the previous round that carried over this race, and they have around 3 or 4 laps to try to clear themselves. Otherwise, they get either the black flag from race control or on iRacing's black flag.
Yeah, I mean, using my best guess, it's got to be an iRacing drive-through, and I'm curious as to what exactly. Try to find it out, but anyway, past Tiergarten, getting back at the end of the Nordschleife section in this GT4 battle for P2. P1
three-way
is
battle.
Yes, a 3-way battle now, and potentially a 4-way battle with AVA Vervatic, excuse me. Vervatic. I got there.
It's all right.
I got there.
I really want to say one interesting thing about this GT SP10 battle, if I can. Normally, when we saw during the early portions of the previous rounds, we saw Simsa, the leading car in Las Balmela, just clearing himself away way too much. The gap would be much wider than it is. Right now, it's 4.7 seconds to Ronald Grossman. So near contact between Klassens and Grossman as they come out of the Mercedes arena. But it is a very interesting thing because the gap actually kind of stabilized within the 4.8 to 5 second advantage between the cars. So for the first time in the previous two rounds,
a pass attempt.
Competitors.
Hold on, Torque Freak Racing had a nice run coming out of that little shortcut area. Did not lead to anything. Go on, Lorenzo.
No, I'm just going to say the gap has stabilized, whereas in the previous 2 rounds, Lars in the Simsa car was just gapped himself away, and we can see Klassens trying to have a look on the inside on the chicane, but it's not really a passing move unless you coordinate it properly. So all cars not losing a lot of time despite battling, and he has to go deep into the brakes to avoid contact with Grossman as they head into the Nordschleife section, and they are going to go down into the Hotzenbach anytime soon.
Yeah, this is the worry, I guess, when you have this 4-way battle brewing. It's really 2v2 as he takes a little run through the grass. You know, the traffic becomes an issue even in your own class because, you know, just going a little bit slower leads to the collection of cabooses. You know, the Truly train was a well-known thing for a reason. It starts to lead everyone to group together, and that's exactly what I believe is happening right here. Look at how fast they go as they go around Flugplatz. Did I say it right?
There you go.
Beautiful.
And you can see the life points being shown up right now with Denis Arras Fabry being in the lead of the championship, tied with Lars Baumiller. So it is basically the SP7 leader in the Sim Racing Academy Black, and also the Simsa leaders in the front. Alex Neller and George Simmons from Boosted in P3, P1 relatively for the TCR, P3 and 4 relatively. Then you have Dom Engel from the core Sim Racing GT in P5 for tie with Ronald Grossman, his teammate. Then we have Konstantin Stolzenberg from the TCR in Revolution Sim Racing. Felipe Cabrera Loyola is from Zenith, who got P2 last round, but he's far back in the SP7 category. Mari Yuri is from the Sim Racing Academy Red, GT3 car in ninth, and then we have Oliver Ackerman. If I recall, Oliver is from the, I was going to say Revolution Racing, but I'm trying to remember. But I think that is either Lone Wolf or one other car in the TCR category in P10 overall.
Now, I know the live standings are not showing anymore. However, take this into consideration. Because the standings are not a team or car-based standing, it's a driver championship. The way it's going to work is that once you have a driver come into the car, then they will also get the points for the finish. So while it's only showing two-way championship battle, or right now, a two-way tie, well, it's actually going to be a three-way tie once Patrick Shilikowski goes into the Sim Racing Academy black car at some point in this race and lets Dennis Aris Fabry get out of the car. So then we're going to have to go back to a three-way tie that is in the championship as we see first place in the GT4 series. A potential move here is attempting to be lined up by Clausens. He cannot get past this BMW. It's so funny seeing the size difference between the Porsches and the BMWs in this class.
Yeah, and it comes back to what we were saying, doesn't it? That Porsche, so nimble, but it's got really an ongoing problem for certain people in motorsport. Take Yamaha and MotoGP, so quick in the corners, same way this Porsche is. But ultimately, the BMW is just going to pull away on the straights and hold up the Porsche in the corners, which means you got to try and make the daring overtake. You got to try something, create something, and then open up the gap enough that the Beamer doesn't just power back past you when you get back to the beginning and end of the lap.
Yeah, but funny enough that Claessens didn't make any move at Castelshin, and they are about to go into the carousel section, right-hand braking, deep braking. By the way, you have to stay glued within that inside part of the curbing, and then just use the runoff on the outside. And now they're going to go into the carousel. Still about 5 seconds overall.
Oh no!
Oh.
You lose so much time if you lose out on the carousel section, and Ronald Grossman is now out of P2 and out of the podium.
Yeah, we're looking here on the replay as Grossman just always go too deep into the entry of the carousel. You have to be within a certain speed to be glued to that inside part of the bend curve of the carousel. Luckily for him, narrowly avoiding the wall, but will lose 2 places in the process as Claessens go P2 and PND Racing.
Oh no! Just up ahead in the road, we saw PND Racing take a little journey into the grass. That could have been deadly as well.
And PND is one of those teams very fast, but usually getting into trouble. So even for Ivan Ferrari, good racer, but usually getting to some tight spots as we're seeing more penalties being handed out for the 297 and the 291, the respectively team RSO and
unsafe
then Pro Driving
rejoin.
Sports. Yeah.
I'm trying to see exactly where that incident will have come from. I know we will probably have our lovely producer, our lovely man behind everything, Hugo Louise, potentially find it. What a beautiful man Hugo is.
I've never seen him. Can't comment.
Oh, I wasn't.
I've just heard his sonorous tones when he tells
when
us what to say.
That's what I mean. I don't mean his looks. When I say now he might be a stunner, but when I am talking about Hugo, I am talking about his soul. You know, great guy.
The inner beauty.
The inner beauty. Oh no. Well, there was a car I'm watching right now. I know we're not watching it on screen as the Donner Hoa is where they're going down right now, but I'm watching the 297 who is going to get that 5-second stop and hold penalty, and a car was just off track right next to him. Trying to see exactly who that was. I mean, you're going to have so many incidents where a car is just going to, you know, take a little journey, a little spin off track, get back on. I will say, I do not want to be looking at my incident counts. Oh no. What is this? A huge incident involving the 43 car.
Yeah, involving iLivery's East Vibe Motorsports yellow car, the GT3 getting in contact. I think that was that Zenith who got spun around at the exit of
wow,
into the entry of the Donegahoe.
Well,
yeah,
when
I
you
think that was them.
Now the 43, if you recall, had a drive-through penalty. They served it, and you do get one free pass in terms of getting one fast repair. So they're back out on the track. That fast repair has been given, and they'll be fine for now. You know, that fast repair is a great idea that every driver will be saying if they get into that incident. That spin going through slower traffic, the 73 car, I'd be shocked if there was... oh my god, look at that. I'd be shocked if there was no investigation and penalty handed out to the 73, because it is the responsibility of the faster car, the faster class, to get by. And
yeah,
that's not the way you want to go about it if you are the NJB Performance Green car, who, again, another car that has had a lot of incidents so far.
Yeah, especially in the previous rounds, and you can see that that car once again in this battle for P5 between Birthday Cake Racing and Zekero Esports, as they just go down to Collinhar and now into the left-hand, right-hand pit path, setting themselves up into Verseifen. And unfortunately for Benjamin Colbert, might lose a little bit of time, because you can see that number 73 is hungry to go by. But that incident, yeah, just unlucky timing, and I think that was really the Zenith car who got involved with the NJB.
So, over the course of a full lap, Porsche Cup cars will lose, give or take, 20 seconds to GT3 cars, so the SP7s, SP9s. That is, it's a lot, they're very similar in pace than you'd expect, even though there's that 20 seconds. So it's not an easy task to get by slower traffic at all in this race. This, by the way, GT4 battle still ongoing. It's great fun watching these drivers try to go at it here throughout this entire race. We don't typically see that much traffic in the Winter Green Hell, but when it does come, well, the rarity makes it so much more interesting to watch.
And can we have a talking point, which I just figured it out right now, which actually carries into this race and might affect the race overall? Is that in the last two rounds, we had a very cold track throughout the entirety of the race. We had track in between 17 degrees to 22 degrees max. And in this race, this is the more interesting thing. We have a track that is 18 degrees on the ambient, but the temperature on track, it is 30 degrees Celsius. So it is basically 10 degrees Celsius hotter. I don't know how much that is Fahrenheit. That's your stuff, Dylan, not mine. So it's really it's a really interesting thing how to tackle a race with a much more warm track, and you might have to make adjustments in the tire setups, more pressure on the tires themselves, and also have to adjust maybe the suspension travel and the anti-roll bars, and I was gonna say maybe the rake to make the car more stable through the turning, because you have just a hotter track to deal with.
Yeah, the setup stuff is not my forte, but I can read, and it's 64 degrees Fahrenheit, ambient temperature 86 degrees on track. So should be pretty fine for tire life. I mean, I do know that the cooler it is, typically, you know, in that sweet spot, the longer that tires will last instead of melting off, which is obviously what you want from tires. We're still watching the GT4 battle. A great battle has been brewing, however, between Porsche Cup cars as well with Backmarker Racing Orange and, or actually not a great battle anymore. It's just more of the same of the 73 car trying to move by. Nonetheless, this GT4 battle is the closest that we have on track with the most cars, and is it really any surprise this GT4 class this year, the SP10s have been quite a sight to watch and really exciting because the unpredictability is there.
Tell you what, I actually expected Tim Claessens in the Torque Fruit Racing by Carrot car, that's the Porsche right at the front of this group. I expect him to get away a bit more. I thought he would be released by the BMWs ahead and he'd just have more pace in the corners, would be able to suddenly exploit that and he'd just get a little bit of a comfort gap, but that just hasn't happened. The BMWs, particularly PND Racing, still right there applying the pressure, and this time around is definitely going to be close enough to have a look towards turn 1 or maybe even at the end of the Dottinger Hook.
So if you saw in the background of these shots, you see 4 GT4s and, well, that's not a GT4 car. It's a GT3 car. It's the 43, the I liveries of IB Sports Yellow Machine. Sandro Marsani is driving it, trying to work his way through traffic, so he's going to be adding some spice into this mix. You know, if it was birthday cake racing, I would be able to say some like a baking pun.
Topping?
What?
I was going to say some topping.
Well, sure. I was going for maybe vanilla extract, but you know that's just a mouthful. Tom, I told you this broadcast would be this way as we got into it.
They're both awful. They're both absolutely shocking.
Oh man. Oh, I hope everybody watching here on RaceSpotTV is enjoying this race and is enjoying our comedic timing and comedic showing here as a bit of a daring move done by Marsani as we're starting to head near the mini carousel right here. They almost touched right there. You see the flashing.
He's not happy. He's not happy because that's cost him the exit, cost him the speed, and a little bit of a gap he had built. And now it might be the time for the PND team, for Ivan.
Oh,
PND might be able to make the move now because that BMW is just going to have that little bit extra speed, and crucially, it's got the slipstream.
Yep, it's got the slipstream. The BMW is quicker than the Porsche, going right up to the bumper. Maybe could have stayed an extra half second or more. It does not matter. Look how quickly it shoots back out in front of the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot Machine, and Ferrari is back in front in the BMW.
Yeah, that's not confusing at all.
I was going to say Ferrari is usually a very fast driver, but it usually gets involved in a few instances through the mid portions of the race. But he's getting
a lot of curbing.
Lucky and distinct. Yeah, a lot of. You have to take the curbing. You have to take the curbing though.
He's going to get the move done, I think, if he can get side by side, even maybe around the outside. If he holds him here, could make something happen in the arena section, guys. This is for second in the GT4 class, aka the SP10 class. Oh, he goes a little bit too hard on the brakes. The swap over. They're still going to be side by side. Have not cleared. Some great racing. They touch. The PND racing car is able to save it, but is going to lose his hold on P2.
And you're going to love it. Right behind them, actually, Ronald Grossman actually needs to thank the ever-Bastian Salmon to stay alive. As we're going to look over here on the replay, they come into the very start-finish line, both Claessens and Grossman, Classes on the outside. Grossman trying to shut the door a little bit. Goes wide, and you can see Salmon had to go deep into the brakes, throw the car to the outside, run wide. Otherwise, you would have hit the car of Grossman there. And there's the door-to-door contact between Ferrari and Claessens during turn number 2 as they come out of the arena. Claessens having the upper edge, but it got a little bit messy. But all cars still in one piece.
Here, this is going to be scary on board this Porsche. We're going to break down for turn 1.
This.
Just all wrong from Bastian. Oh, it doesn't get much closer than that without contact. The BMW will be counting the lucky stars, and there'll be one less of them for the rest of the race, you'd think.
Yeah, absolutely happy that did not lead in disaster. Now, if you are a driver in front and you look in your rear view mirror and you see a car just flying at you, what do you do? Like,
pray to sim racing Jesus.
Pray to the sim racing Jesus, aka Paul Matthew Smith, who is not busy with some other
busy
things.
With something.
Some other things.
Some other thing called Ask Porsche Sports Cup, but at least is in the chat. Hey, Paul.
Yes. Hey, Paul. I am a frequent commenter on his Twitch streams. What is it? Smiler Bowl?
Yeah, Smiler Bowl.
Yes. Smiler Bowl. Love it. And so that's why you have my voice on today. Unfortunate. I do apologize for that, Alex. Wink, wink. Fiercely Forward, Artifact, Slow Pony. Some great team names right now. Fighting over a top 5 position in the TCR class. We really haven't looked at any TCR battles because, frankly, there haven't been really any TCR battles of note to talk about. But let's talk about the Audi TCRs and how they feel to drive, because they're front-wheel drive. They're so different than pretty much everything that you ever experience on the iRacing service. When you have your foot on the throttle, the understeer is massive, so it's very weird to drive. Lorenzo, how much experience do you have in these cars?
I don't have much experience on the TCR, but I know it's a tricky car, like you said, because the majority of the grip, you come off the throttle and braking, and during a reacceleration, it has to be a very mild reacceleration. Like you said, if you go full throttle, it understeers like crazy. So, and also you burn out the rubber on the front, which basically is a churner. Whenever you come into the pit lane, you have to change the tires. It is obligatory because you do at the same time as you do it the fuel. So you have to be very mindful of how you approach the car, how you turn in, and keep the speed through the midway part of the corner, because you can lose so much speed and efficiency. So I have to be more careful how I approach this car. I know Paul is the more experienced driver out of the bunch here, even though he's in the chat, but because he drives that car in a weekly basis, like we do. So it is a very tricky car, but it's a very rewarding car. In some tracks, it is faster than the GT4s. In more like closed tracks, more city light tracks like Long Beach, it can be just as fast as we're looking at that approach from Cisco Homero, as they're going to go into Schweitingkreuz any second. Jessica Myers under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, tons of pressure right here. Not going to be able to get the move done. Actually gets a little bit loose. Maybe a tire dipped into the grass and loses some time. Is going to have to slot right back underneath the Yokohama sign right there. Yeah, a lot of drivers talk about the TCR as a car that is so difficult to master because it's unlike anything else that you race with rear wheel drive. However, it teaches you how to be a better driver with normal, quote-unquote, race cars, which is something that I think a lot of drivers of the TCR can attest to, that their skills do carry over.
Yeah, and if you've ever watched, say, well, a touring car series of your choice, that's an environment where you do get front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Although you can't see it a whole lot in this scenario because we're looking at just a front-wheel drive competition, the lines are remarkably different. These touring cars you want to turn them, and then, like you mentioned, they have all the power, but they can only really use it in a straight line. So you'll notice they come out the corner, and they're in a straight line, and then they're on the gas, and they really accelerate. They'll come around this one, they'll follow all the way through. It'll probably a little bit of throttle feathering in various of these points just to get that balance between turning and acceleration. And then again, straight line. There's so many more straight lines when you're trying to race a front-wheel drive car.
I'd love to get a look in. Sorry to cut you off, Lorenzo, but I'd love to get a listen and a look into the cockpit to hear the acceleration, hear the deceleration, and kind of listen to as well what these cars are all about here on the Nordschleife.
Yeah. I was gonna actually try to cut you a little bit, but it's okay because this is a bigger story in my opinion. Something happened to George Simmons on this lap because he just lost the lead of the race. I think he had technical problems, and now Konstantin Stolzenberg in the Revolution Purple car is now in the lead of this race. And that was just after Verstappen. He does Verstappen on the right-hand hairpin, and the car just suddenly stops. Comes to complete halt.
And we're talking, of course, about the TCR class. Looks like Simmons is back on the track, right behind, get this, right behind Stolzenberg. So now we have a TCR battle for position number 1. Lorenzo, what was that?
It was, I think, I was gonna say force feedback issues. According to Alex Neller, he says he had force feedback issues just as he came out of the corner. Now you can see the car just coming to a complete halt, and I think he had to restart the wheel. Yeah, that's the replay. So he had to stop the car, restart the wheel, losing a lot of time in the process. And you can see now once again back into the service, and now the car now with the proper force feedback, and you can see just Stolzenberg going past by him. Taking the lead out of the TCR category. But that is good for us because it reignites the TCR battle, which sounded like very quiet in between this first portion of the race, or normally we see the TCR cars closer to one another.
Yeah, I guess speak of the devil appears, and all of a sudden we have two pretty intense battles for position in the TCR category. We'll go picture-in-picture, side-by-side to see some battles here in the GT4 class. Look at the air that he got in that car, George Simmons. Man, so exciting to see. But as we get back onto the Grand Prix side of things, that GT4 battle for P2 is still ongoing, and Simmons, his hunt to get back into the lead and take it away from Stolzenberg, well, it's about to get a little more draft heavy.
Yeah, they come out of the arena still closer to one another, but the advantage still slightly for Tim Klaassen. He has a second 1.2 seconds on even Ferrari. So the driver of the Porsche 718 Club Sport, the Cayman, just having a better run through this first portion of the sim. But this is something we have to be very mindful of. Klaassen's in the previous round, he usually had a very first good stint, but he couldn't replicate whenever he got back into the car the same stint he actually had at the very start of the race. So let's see if the Port Freak driver, very capable driver by the way, knows how to drive a lot of cars, can actually keep it up.
Speaking about capable drivers and knowing how to drive a lot of cars, I know a fan favorite. I know a fan favorite has joined us in the commentary booth. The Race Spot Dad, I had to say it, Paul Smith. How are you, Paul?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just sat here listening to the commentary whilst getting my notes ready for the Porsche World Championship later on this evening. And I hear people badmouthing the Audi, saying that it understeers a lot.
It does.
Obviously, people who say that the Audi understeers don't know how to modulate their throttle application.
You're right.
All I will say. You don't just mash the throttle pedal down. You have to be gentle with it. think about it this way: front-wheel drive car. The front wheels do everything. They do the steering, the accelerating, majority of the braking as well. You can't put more than 100% of effort through those front tyres, and this is how I got taught how to drive front-wheel drive.
Oh,
So
move down the inside.
Sorry to cut you off.
No.
I'm not apologizing. This is Old Man Yells at the Moon, but continue.
It's old man shouts at cloud, I think you'd find. So basically, with the front wheels, if you're turning those front wheels, say out a corner exit, you cannot give it 100% the throttle. It takes a lot of practice, but you can drive these TCR cars and look after the tyres really well and give you optimal performance throughout your stint here. So a lot of people don't know how to drive these cars. Those that do know how to drive them do it in a very competitive manner, and can put a few GT4 drivers in the IMSA Pilot Challenge series to shame.
Well, thank you for your contribution. Sorry we don't all have immaculate throttle control like you do, Paul.
You have to have a foot made of flesh and bone and sinew, not made of lead.
Aren't all feet made of flesh, though?
Well, some people's aren't, by it seems.
That's true. I would be one of them because I cannot control a TCR for my life. Well, the other thing I have to ask you, Paul, about TCR cars, do you almost feel like you're wrestling the track more than competitors themselves? Because I feel like when we have like GT4 battles, GT3 battles, yeah, the track, you have to master that to be competitive, but you can still focus on the drivers around you, judge their lines. With TCRs, I feel like you just really need to focus on the course at hand. Is that true?
No, not at all. And here's the reason why.
That's why I wanted to ask.
Because again, it takes a lot of experience. You do have to get a bit of practice in the car, and if you've never driven the car, then yes, you'll be spending a lot of time thinking about how you're going to drive the car around the course. But in these cars, because the aerodynamics aren't that much really in terms of giving you that much downforce, you can really run wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper with other TCR cars, and so that way you can run really close. You can battle the opposition more than you can do in, say, the GT3 in the SP9 category. So they're less affected by the aero push. So therefore you rely more on mechanical grip, and also you've got to remember, front-wheel drive cars, half the time you want the brake bias more towards the rear because it gets the back end kicking out and helps you get around corners.
Okay, fair enough. Shows I know nothing about TCRs. Lorenzo, do you have any TCR-related questions?
First and foremost, let me just explain to Paul. I was mentioning that you can get it under full throttle.
By the way, there's a lot of pit stops happening right now.
It's SP9.
SP9 is where the action's at, which is very interesting. Simsa took the lead in their previous pit stop. Gustas just managed to grab the lead out of the Sim Racing Academy Red and also General Empire. So he has a 16-second lead now in Fabio Basucci, and this is something that we saw on the previous round. Paul and I were recovering this, and we saw just as well as anybody else that strategy battle between the GT3 cars more converging towards the end, the latter portion of the race, whereas Simsa got the longer run, but the tire strategy, according to Gusta, has newer tires, but the damage was just so considerable he was losing time. So we have to keep in mind on Simsa once again to see if they can retain that lead into the latter portions.
I feel like we've opened a lot of wounds and poured salt into them when talking about the TCR class, Lorenzo.
Again, I don't drive the TCRs. I know a little bit how to drive the TCRs. I'm not that horrible, but...
Tom, you've been quiet.
Yeah, I've been quite quiet. No, if anybody knows me, they'll know that I don't drive a whole lot at all for this. I definitely know my place within the commentary box, not on the outside of it, so... I watch enough and I listen to various interviews, but I'm not going to sit and pretend that I've driven the TCR myself.
You know, I can play every instrument if that means I can play them without knowing, you know, anything about making it sound good. I can also drive any car, but I can't drive it fast. I cannot drive the TCR fast at all. By the way, the hour mark has been reached. 3 hours left.
Yeah. Let me just say, if we go into a head-to-head battle in the TCRs between me and Paul, I know Paul is winning, but maybe any other car, maybe it's going to be a very closely contested battle. Except for the P2, HPD, I win.
I've seen you drive HPDs, and Lorenzo, it's kind of scary to watch you drive HPDs because, well, it's scary for the competitors.
I
in the
drive
field.
an HPD with a G27. Let's just consider that.
Fair, that's fine. I'll allow it. My word. Paul, so you excited for some racing action yourself later tonight?
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. It's going to be, well, to quote Jamie Fluke on his Instagram, he said it's going to be absolute carnage. So, you know, get your popcorn ready, everybody, because it could be a fun one tonight.
Well, that could either be about the sequel of Venom, or it could be about the Porsche race and what? Puns.
And don't forget,
good reference.
Well, and the thing is, this isn't the only Porsche series that I'm going to be commentating on, because of course tomorrow on RaceSpotTV, so you're keeping up on brand, everybody. It is the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain, with round 1 from Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. So do make sure you join us for that from 2 o'clock on RaceSpotTV. That's right here, so make sure you hit the subscription button. Also hit that like button as well. Is that enough YouTuber things to do?
And follow Smiler Bowl on Twitch. Oh man.
But actually, I have a really good question to Paul. That we saw on the before I let Paul go and get himself prepped for the race, because he just come off his stream. We saw that the Interlagos round for the qualifier was a very, like Jamie Fluke said, was a messy round. We had a lot of incidents in Interlagos. Do you see this thing repeating? Because now it's war for the championship. It is the first round, and everybody will want to just do as well. And plus, you're commentating Mercedes. I am so jealous right now. That is a really cool guy.
To be fair, I mean, I've had a couple of conversations with Matthew, and he's a really sound guy, really nice guy. So I'm looking forward to working with Matthew on the commentaries. Yeah, he's known as Sidicus as well. Yeah. The championship race itself, it's going to go one of two ways. It's either going to be people trying their best to get a really good result early on, or people thinking, I need to make as many places up as possible. So that's one of two ways it's going to go. So it's either going to be play it safe, get yourself some good points, or it's going to be absolute hell for leather, 100 miles, but you know, seat your pants stuff. Either way, I'm going to enjoy it.
Awesome. Well, Paul, thanks so much for joining us in the booth, brother, and it's nice to actually talk to you instead of having to just type in things and wait 30 seconds for you to reply. But, you know.
That's just on my commentary.
Love it. All right. Best of luck in the race. When is that exactly for all of our viewers from this current, you know, the time zones are different, but the hours from now are not. When does it all start?
I see. I don't want to take viewers away from the series, because it is a brilliant series, is this, by the way. But iRacing.com/live to keep up to date with it. 5:30 for the Porsche All-Stars event, and then it'll be on to the World Championship Series from 7 o'clock. That's UTC.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Paul. Really appreciate it. And again, best of luck.
Thank you.
Oh, Paul. I love how he just came in here and he just says, you know what? I have a bone to pick about the TCRs. And, well, he told us we were very wrong. And we learned some things. And, Tom, I want to talk to you. How's it feel to recognize a beatdown given by Paul towards myself and Lorenzo?
I'd say it was quite entertaining, quite enjoyable. No, I mean, it's always good, isn't it, to get somebody who really knows what they're talking about it, because ultimately we're here to entertain. It would be nice if we informed as well, but as long as everybody's having fun, then I guess we're doing our job. And these four cars on screen at the moment are definitely doing that. I've been interested to watch Ivan, because remember just a few laps ago, he was really pressuring towards the front of this group, and now he almost seems as if he's holding up Bastian Salmon in this Porsche behind him.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
The Porsche is a faster car in the mid-ladder portions if you do your setup right. Because here's the thing, the M4 is a faster car. In the early portions, you can have more grip, and you can have better acceleration. But if you set up the Cayman right, you can get so much performance on the mid-ladder portions that it becomes a matter of time till you make the overtake and just grab a few places and go up. So it is a very interesting contrast between the cars. The M4 is stronger on the straight line and sometimes on the entry of the curves. Mid-corner and re-acceleration, because the car is slightly lighter, the Cayman just gets the better performance out of the turns and re-acceleration. But if it goes on a straight shooting style drag race, the M4, despite being the heavier car, might get a little bit of performance because of the engine. It's a very interesting comparison between the cars.
So
that's what I got from driving them anyway.
Basically, the Porsche is better in the technical sections, while the BMW will be best in sections like they're at right now.
Yeah, of course, that doesn't count the drag and everything, because under the drag you can do basically anything that you want as they go into Kesselchen. But it's, again, if we go like side by side without any draft and just let them just drive, that's what I got from both cars.
Yeah, so the core sim racing Onyx car, just another traveling exponential into the grass. Lost some time there. His trek to try and catch up to Clayson's and the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot car. Look at that shot. That's gorgeous. Could you imagine being right there for a race at the Nordschleife, right at the carousel? Would be.
I mean, if you're going to choose somewhere to watch in the Nordschleife, that to me represents the Nürburgring. However, given the current environment that we're watching in the virtual world versus what I can see out my window with the cold, blustery climate of Scotland, no, I cannot imagine it right now.
Hey, you say that, you're going to have Knockhill in iRacing shortly. I love Knockhill.
Oh, I can't wait. It's
unfortunately, Peter Mackay is not over here to overly defend Knockhill.
Oh, Peter!
He's the biggest lover. He's the biggest lover of Knockhill, and he usually commentates around the track. But let me just say, Knockhill is such an amazing track. It does look like Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, a little bit because the elevation changes. Despite being way shorter, much shorter, like 20 times shorter, nearly. But it's a very fantastic track, nevertheless.
So, back to the racing happening in front of us. Let's talk strategy a little bit. It's been about an hour, 10 minutes into this race. We haven't seen too much battling outside of, obviously, this 4-pack of 2 and 2 Porsches, 2 BMWs. We've seen very little fighting lately in the SP7 class, the Porsche Cups, Cup cars. We've seen very little with the GT3s. It's all got to come together, doesn't it?
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, I was just going to mention, because it is a hotter track, and we're going to go into the warmer portions of the track section, you might go up to 35, 36 degrees. Whenever we get in about an hour or two, maybe.
More sliding.
And I think the tires, the strategy might go for full service, and then for the SP9 and SP7, whereas
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. We have to look at the TCR class because the Revolution Sim Racing purple machine that Stolzenberg is driving was just being overtaken by Ivo Andriani, excuse me, in the Pro Drive Porsche car. Watch what happens.
Oh.
That could have been worse. But that damage to the side, it doesn't look like there's much, but we don't know how it's going to be driving from here on out.
Tell you what, he got away with one there, though, didn't he? He
Yes.
just about kind of scraped along the wall rather than smashing into it head on. So if you were going to hit the wall, that's how you would want to do it. At the moment, these four are just getting closer and closer once again. Potentially a mistake somewhere, you would think, from Tim Klassens, because that gap was huge previously, but it just gets drawn down as they get on the dotting Ahoa, and again on the pit straight. And once again, it's a four-way battle for second position.
Yeah, it's been like this forever. Going back to that incident we just saw, I would be absolutely furious if I was in the TCR car there. Absolutely incited by that. We have this four-way battle that just does not seem to end. We haven't seen much shuffling of positions here lately, but I do feel like that is something that's going to change. They're closer together than they have been in quite a while, almost into the rear there with Veritic. And, wow, this is just... Who do you feel like's been the strongest of this four-way battle? I mean, obviously, you've got to look at Torque Freak Racing by Carrot and Tim Klassens, but it's not like he's been able to drive away from any of these drivers, and quite frankly, he was a lot farther up the road than he is now.
Yeah, I mean they're all very close together, aren't they? It's a little bit of cat and mouse. It goes to one of them at one part of the track and into another at another part of the track, and then the BMWs have it whenever we go in a straight line. So it is very much a case of who's going to be in the right place come the mistake, because at the moment they're just so evenly matched. If you were to make me pick one, I think 2 laps ago I would have said even in that Monsters Inc. liveried BMW. But at the moment, it just seems to be going the right way for the Porsche at the front of it all, doesn't it? Although, Bastian here, he looks comfortable, doesn't he? He's not squirreling around, he's not pushing overly hard. He seems quite happy just to be there, as though he's choosing not to get involved rather than cannot get involved.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, Lorenzo, you were talking about the draft and saving fuel as the race does go on. How much fuel can you really save, though? I mean, yes, 1 lap difference can mean the world, but I mean, that's a lot of a difference, I'd say, in fuel. I feel like you can't really do much on fuel strategy, maybe just tire strategy as the race goes on.
The only thing that we can talk about fuel strategy is you can save up to, I would say, maybe half a lap on the SP10 cars. On the SP9, you can save up... Oh, we have a problems with the Sim Racing Academy Red. Oh, what has happened to the to Mario Yuri? That is right after the Stefan Beloff S as he comes off the right-hand king. Clips the curb, and that is right around the Klein carousel. Oh, just came in carrying too much weight, came hot into the turn, and couldn't just stay stuck in the concrete section of the Klein carousel.
Gotta think the tires were pretty lit up beforehand, and obviously when they are already heated, it's going to be a lot harder to keep them on track.
It's I was just gonna say it's because it's a very tricky section. You come off with Schweiben, Stefan Belottas, the car's already a little bit loose. Then you have Schweibenschwanz, which is that right-hand kink. You earn the braking, and the car is already a little bit hot on the tires. Then you have to switch it right back to the left-hand side, and the car's still loose. So it is kind of expected for you to take a cautious approach, and he just carried way too much speed. And we're still seeing this battle as they come out of Versiphon. I think Salmon just notices he has to go a little bit deeper on the pedal because Ferrari is losing touch to Grossman as we speak.
I think Ferrari in the BMW. I almost said the Ferrari. You know, that's not confusing at all. But Ferrari in the BMW, I feel like his tires obviously have lost grip. He's not able to hold the line as well as he has been. Look at this. He's not going to possibly think of a deep attempt. He almost went for it, but the door was slammed shut by Ferrari right there. Yeah, he is really holding him up, Salman. And, you know, I feel like there's going to be a pass made, maybe even before they get to Donner Hoa. You know, Tom, I don't know how closely you've been watching this battle, but, I mean, have you seen Ferrari just fall off in recent laps?
Yeah, I'd say fall off is the perfect way of describing it. He's, throughout the course of this lap, really just gradually lost touch, and you can see the gap still going up. It's not like it was a mistake that is then being reeled back in again. It is just a gradual loss corner by corner. The Porsche, that Averavatic car, now has to answer the classic question when you pick that car. How do I overtake a BMW? Because you're not going to get it done in a straight line particularly easily. You need to set it up. You'll be quicker all the way through. Look at the mid-corner speed in the green Porsche, but just how are you going to get past there? You can't do it in the carousel. You need to find somewhere where you can get the overlap and then make the brave side-by-side flat-out maneuver somewhere.
Yep. He lost a lot of time, though, Salman did, around the carousel. He's going to gain it back, I think, really quickly because this is in the more technical part of the track. But all of a sudden, Ferrari has gained some time on the two in front, in Ronald Grossman and Tim Clausen's. I'm not sure if that's because they're starting to lose some ground, but again, they're starting, it's the accordion effect, right? Like you're seeing all of them go apart, come together, fall apart, and come back together. This has been by far the best, as we see. I think that was Grossman, went well off the track into the grass, and wow, they're just going to squeeze together pretty quickly here.
Yeah, they're still going quickly. Can we? But I think that was Ferrari who just went wide on the Britian section. And let's take the opportunity. We still have this battle. I want to take a really quick look on the top 8 of this race so far, because we had the pit stops out of the SP7, SP9, with Simsa in the lead, with Adrenaline Motorsport 1 and 2 cars in P2 and P3 respectively. Fourth is Glacier Racing GreenHELL in 4th, NJB Performance Red in 5th. Coma Motorsport is in 6th, with Sim Racing Academy Red in a recovery race in 7th. Rounding out the top 8 is the Marshmallow Racing GT3. Then we have on the SP7 with in the lead so far, Sim Racing Academy Black, something that we have seen before in the previous races, dominating the race so far. Raceline Motorsport is in 2nd. Slow and Confused, definitely not slow and not confused, is in 3rd. Birthday Cake Racing is in 4th. Back Marker Racing Orange is in 5th, the best position for them so far. Position 6 goes to Zacharo Esports with Team now takes P7 because Dirk Ferdinand had to go for a pit stop, and now WS Racing Purple is in 8th since Dirk Ferdinand got a black flag. In the SP10 category, so far it is Simsa GT4 leading the category so far, with Twerk Freak Racing in 2nd. Followed by the close honest. Go ahead. Yeah, we're going to have this battle right now that is going to decide an SP10 P4 who's going to yield at Tiergarten.
It's going to be Salman making the respectable move there and just allowing the BMW to aggressively take the curb. I thought he was going to be a little too late on the brakes, but go on, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we still have this battle, so P&D still retaining 4th with David Vervatic not far behind in 5th. TE Sports Gamma is in 6th. Team RSO with a very strong start, but then plays back a few spots, is in 7th. And German Sim Racing Magenta is rounding out the top 8 in the SP10. Finally, TCR's Boosted again in the lead of this race, with Revolution Sim Racing Purple in the 2nd. Lone Wolf Motorsports, after the penalty they had, is in 3rd.
He's not going to
Watch
make a
out
move.
for them. Yeah, he's not going to make that move. That was close. P3 for Lone Wolf. P4 Marshmallow Sim Racing 305. followed by Artifact Slow Pony in 5th. Fiercely 4 VLN, the best spot for them is in 6th. T3 Esports Delta in 7th, and running out the top 8 here is Density Racing Black Dylan.
Well, thank you, Lorenzo, for going through that and getting through my incredibly annoying interruptions to your speech.
It's alright. It's racing, bruh.
It's racing, bro. Motto of RaceSpotTV. It's racing, bro. Hugo, can we make that the motto? So, you know, Tom, he has done, and by he, I mean Ferrari has done a great job of keeping Salmon back for, you know, over easily dozens upon dozens of kilometers. And you know what? That's
we have an issue
dangerous.
with the 128.
The 128 in oh no, in the
did he get the car stuck on Colin Hart? That's Den Dressea. No, he didn't get the car stuck. But let's look on the replay. What happened to the 128 of Den Dressea as he just goes into Colin Hart, the right hand downhill turn. That's the open hairpin. The car just got really loose midway through the corner.
Too much speed.
Too much speed, and then also tires might have come into effect, and try to get back on track over there is really tricky.
Yeah, I mean, you almost have to do a 3-point turn as we see the Simza Esports 53 machine, the Lamborghini on pit lane. Wonder if that's a scheduled stop.
It looks like it. Two laps only, 2 to 3 laps only for Gustas Greenberg. So, and we saw some of these cars have to go for a half a stint, so that could be his half stint as he come out of the pit lane, and that's nearly a full service for that's 1 minute for Gustas. So currently he gone for his half a stint, and now 1 minute for the number 53 car back on track.
So things are getting a little bit more hectic than we had seen previously in the past 20-30 minutes or so. This GT4 battle is still high and intense. The TCR lead battle has cooled off a little bit following the scare that almost ended up in calamity for the TCR second place vehicle. GT3 class has been a little lackadaisical, I'd say, after the very beginning, where we did see a drive-through penalty get smacked onto who I believe was the Sim Racing Academy red car, if I remember correctly. That car is actually in the pits again right now. Potentially a scheduled stop. Yeah, so a lot of differing strategies being taken right here. And, you know, again, the only constant has been the fact that this GT4 battle, they have never been separated once. And here's the even better part. It's been clean racing. Clean, fair, hard racing. And I really hope I don't jinx anything.
I mean, commentator's curse has been alive and well, at least in my experience, as we went into 2021. So I'm not sure. I would have said that. I would have called it clean and fair at the stage. But Bastian Salmon, he got really aggressive for a little minute, looking for moves in almost every corner. He's just settled down again now, which has allowed Ivan to close up to Ronald Grossman ahead, and the Porsche has been closed in amongst all of it. So they're just coming together again. It just keeps ebbing and flowing, doesn't it? Almost as if it takes the drivers a little second to go, oh, hang on, the tires are off, where's it affecting me? And then they get used to it again, and in that space, the gap came out, and now it's closing down it once more.
So we see the leaders on the screen. Adrenaline Motorsport 1 leads the SP9 class, the GT3s. Sim Racing Academy Black leads SP7s, the Porsche Cup. SP10, the GT4s, led by Simza Esports GT4. And at the moment in the TCR class, Revolution Sim Racing Purple leads, but only after Boosted Motorsport went into the pits. And Alex Neller is currently out on track for the car.
And we should see the pit stops going for the GT4 any time now. So I
That
think
could be
Lars,
dangerous.
it's gonna be interesting. You know, the only constant we're gonna see is Lars being in that car. We saw him basically soloing the entire 4 hours. So we're gonna see the Baumela is still in the car. Classens might give the driver swap to his teammate. We saw that in the previous rounds to Ben Kuipers, very experienced driver, by the way, Ben Kuipers, but unfortunately not being able to keep those times consistent with Classen. So it's going to be a point to watch for the Torque Freak. Then we're probably going to see Dominic Engel take over from Ronald Grossman in the core car. They've been switching back and forth during their stints, and usually the last driver who comes. I'm trying to remember who's the third driver out of the is Mike Paluch. He might usually take over from the car on the last one. And then we have the P&D Ferrari might stay in the car, and Bastian is going to solo this car for the entirety of this race.
So when the GT4s all come down into pit lane, we're going to have to pay close attention to who tries to get the advantage, because at the end of the day, the speeds that they're going to be, the length of time they're going to be in the pits, it's pretty much going to be equal. However, you can gain, you can lose a lot of time on your pit entry and pit exit, and for the love of all that's good, don't speed when you're in a battle like this, as they're all bunched right back up together, closer, I feel like I say this every couple laps, closer than they've been all race.
The only constant here with regards to pit stop timings is that Bastian Salmon has always had a slipstream. Not once has he been at the front of the group, not once has he been dropped by the guy ahead of him. So if there was anybody who had the opportunity to fuel save more than everybody else, it would be him, which could prove to be absolutely crucial as he gets a fantastic run.
Right now.
Yep, no chance, I think, that Ferrari is going to be able to defend if they're still wheel-to-wheel here. However, he does have the inside line, and look ahead. It's going to be Grossman easily getting out in front. Looks like he clears him, and it looks like as well it's another clear, and Salmon has made the move on Ferrari. So 2 moves, and they just swap position. It's BMW, Porsche, Porsche, BMW.
Yeah, and we just saw Baumel.
Are they all going into the pits?
Yes, sir.
They're all going into the pits. So we'll see them get in. Oh, almost getting rear-ended was the Core Sim Racing Onyx machine. We will have to look at who gets out of the pits first. And thankfully, they're all right next to us.
Sims is waiting for them. They're already there. They'll just drive off, be like, bye, see you in an hour and a half or so.
Dominic Engel has won into the Core Sim Racing Onyx car.
Oh, okay, this is interesting. We have a driver swap at the Simsa car, so Tony Roinen is going to take over from Lars Baumela, so this is something different. We never seen Lars giving the car away to someone in the previous 2 rounds, so it's going to be interesting now Roinen take over the car and to see how he will do into this race. The driver from Finland. Yeah.
Oh, they are side by side. Torque and PND as they come out of the pits. What's this going to mean? It's going to mean that PND is going to be the big loser there. And you know who does not have to worry about that, though? Simsa Esports GT4. Ronanen has no challengers yet. And the more these drivers keep on fighting each other, the happier he is, as Salmon goes very wide into the green tarmac area. And they're spread out, but they're going to bunch back together. I think we can say that for sure. I will say, however, Dominic Engel in the Core Sim Racing Onyx car, that BMW has just blown away everyone else in that pit cycle.
3.5 seconds. Either
they've
gone a little bit short on fuel with the intention of saving, or Ronald Grossman played a blinder, because He was there the whole time, managing it perfectly, and if he was able to save 3.5 seconds in fueling time whilst all of that was going on, then he has done a fantastic job that could just give his car P2. That's how important it is. Who's that? Oh, Niels Peen. That's not where you want to be. Rally crossing as he goes through turn 1. We'll get a little look at that one now.
Yeah, we'll get the look. Oh, coming right out of the pits. That's cold tires and cold muscle memory, I guess you could say. There is a GT3 car coming right here. Does that have anything
Please
to
don't
do
be
with
contact.
it? Okay. Oh, what? What was the point of stopping right there?
The Porsche, if we just watch here, it seems to have a little bit
just
of a moment.
stops.
Cold tires, potentially, as he goes for the power. So keep an eye on the rear end of the 225. So he's aware the GT3's there. There's a little bit of a slip, so he tries to correct it. Lambo doesn't see it coming straight into the back.
Well, there is contact. You can't really blame the Lambo. We'll get an onboard view, look at the wheel. We'll see the panic, tries to overcorrect it, and just gets hit. I will say, though, came to a complete stop, a complete crawl almost, and I wonder if he did put a little bit of power, if he would have been able to keep that car moving and possibly just had the tires a little bit more heated.
I can tell you, if Nils actually accelerated that car, I think he did the right thing, to be very honest. He had accelerated that car right after the bump. That Camry would have gone for a 360 no-scope spin on turn number 1. So that he pretty much did the right thing. Held the car back together, let the car just stabilize after the bump, because that bump can be deadly on cold tires, especially on your first lap of the stint. So just let the car drive out, stabilize, re-accelerate again. The adrenaline in car in P2 and Fabio Basucci, I think that was Pascal Innenfeld, had nothing to blame at all. For me, that is a full racing incident. Nothing you could do over there to take an avoiding action.
Yeah, you know, that's just one of those things. You're on cold tires. It's not really avoidable, but it is unfortunate. We can absolutely say. So we are looking at your GT4 class, the SP10s still. Simza Esports GT4 has dominated the race so far. Just an hour and a half into it. It's only a 4-hour race in general, so not really all that much of an endurance race that we're typically used to seeing at the Nordschleife, but it's a sprint race with endurance characteristics, I think is the good way to call this.
I think if it wasn't at the Nordschleife, then you'd be considering, you know, maybe you do want to try something a bit more aggressive, make it more of a series of sprints than an endurance. But given that it's the Nordschleife, any sort of race around here is going to feel some degree of endurance in it, because it's just so easy to make mistakes, and the mental strain that you have from doing lap after lap, knowing that just a little bit of understeer, you turn in a touch too late, you get on the brakes potentially too early as well as too late, you're going to be in the wall and it could be game over. And all of that combined, I think, means that 4 hours here is definitely more endurance than 4 hours anywhere else in the world.
You know, if you have the opportunity to watch one of the drivers in this race from their onboard camera in qualifying, take that opportunity, because I was watching some of the qualifying earlier in the race, or you know, before the race actually started, and was just blown away at how quickly some of these drivers can make their way around this circuit and how smooth they can go, even when bouncing over the curves. It really doesn't matter to them. It's just part of the track and part of a way to gain some speed. The 116 in the SP7 class, that's Veritic. Dirk Fetterman is in pits again. Was that a drive-through?
Yeah.
Black flagged.
That was a drive-through, yeah.
Yep, he was black flagged, has now had his black flags cleared, so Fetterman, a little bit of a rough race. I think, you know, if we're talking about, you know, a longer race, maybe the 6-hour round 4, a drive-through, a stop and hold is not a terrible thing, but 4 hours. It's just how do you deal with that? You know.
Problem for Dirk is that he had issues like back and forth throughout this race. The first issue was the jump start. Basically, he was the guy who basically jump started the entire grid, so he had to yield all the positions. It happened. This is something that is really unusual for Dirk Ferdinand. We know how much of an experienced driver he is. We see him in plenty other championships, driving the GT3 cars and even NLF Cup cars. So he's a very experienced driver in that matter. So something might have happened. I think miscommunication. That's why he maybe took the lead of the race temporarily, and then he just had issues again and again and again with race control, getting drive-throughs, getting stop and hold. So this round 3 has been so damaging for Dirk, and especially a round that he needs to actually get a good score to have within a certain perspective to maybe get top 3 into the 911 Cup category. The nothing working for him so far.
So we might be getting a GT3 battle for position number 2 very soon. Actually, I think you could say the battle is here, as we have the Glacier Racing GreenHELL car. Jukka Eskelinen is currently piloting that machine, and then Pascal Ellenfelt, excuse me, is in P2. He lost 5 seconds last time they crossed the line, which is a lot, but it's also the Nordschleife, so that's not an extreme amount lost or gained at each corner. But for the first time in a long time, we can officially say there is a battle in GT3s, and it's in the podiums nonetheless.
Tell you what, where do you think the slipstream car starts to come into play? Because I reckon you'll have an extra couple of miles an hour just now. Well, Jukka Eskelinen, he's closing all the time. Yeah, really, that's remarkable. The aero effect, we know how prominent it is on the GT3 versus any of our other categories, but it's absolutely huge. He's reeled in the Adrenaline Motorsport car number 2. We'll get to the end of this little bit, and he might start contemplating moves. Well, I mean, given the straight and the slipstream again through the start-finish line, potentially even the GP circuit.
He's gonna peel off.
He's gonna get it easy.
He's gonna
never mind.
He's gonna peel off and go to the pits. I wonder if that's just an attempt at an undercut, and if Glacier already went into the pits. But I was gonna say he was going to also get a draft. Okay, that he was potentially going to get a draft from the car in front, GT4 class.
I knew it.
You knew it? What you know?
All right, there might be a secondary factor to this. So when he came to the pit lane, don't forget he was the car that got in touch with the GT4 car on the previous lap. So the car was so damaged. I think he just lost so much straight line speed and acceleration in comparison to the Glacier car. He had to switch strategy and just let Tobias Roof, who's now on the car, take over for him, and full service will come for the number 21 car. So that might have been a switch strategy for that number 21. You know, just do the half stint, let the other driver take over, let him do the full stint, maybe 2 full stints, and see what's going to happen at the end, because we're about to reach the halfway portion of the race in about 21 minutes. So you can play with the strategies right now a little bit and see where it comes out at the end of the day.
I love when you get serious, Lorenzo, because it means that you've been very much paying attention. And you've got some wisdom.
I tried.
Of course.
I tried.
Apparently not with TCRs, though.
No, that's on you guys, not me.
I'm blaming you for that, too.
Okay.
I'm staying out of the whole thing. I'm staying out of the whole thing.
Tom was quiet. You could have dropped a pin, and it would have been louder than Tom.
It's funny. We've had this discussion. I think I had the discussion with Paul in the previous round, to be very honest. It's a very interesting thing.
No. So, we have not seen it on screen, but Torque Freak Racing by Carrot has had an off. a pretty major off and has hit the barrier. We'll try and catch a replay of that. A really hard hit here.
That suspension is damaged.
Oof.
Oh.
That's big.
Is that... Looks like...
Watch him hit the curb
Is
here.
that the Hudson block?
You'd know more than I would.
I would
That's
say
the
yes.
Hudson.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's
Ooh.
only at the 3 kilometer marker.
Yeah, this is the right on the very tail end of the Hudson block, and that left-hand suspension is damaged. You can see if we look at Kuiper's car, you can see he's struggling, and especially at the Foxhole with 2 faster cars right behind him. One of them being PND. The NJB car goes through. PND, I think that isn't PND. Yeah, that's PND going through as well. So you can see the struggle on Ben Kuipers to keep that car on track.
Paying attention. Pay attention to again. That's not race over because you do get that one freebie, but he's towed himself back to the pits. He's going to have a fast repair unless he for some reason used his up already.
Problem isn't the fast repair, it's the tow. Especially at the Toyota, it's the tow time at about an hour forced. So if I recall correctly, at an hour you lose about I'm gonna say about 4 to 5 minutes just the tow itself.
Well, then that's not necessarily a penalty of sorts, is it?
No, it's not a penalty. It's just the tow time that you have to get back to
well,
the pits.
I'm talking about a time penalty. That's not too much of a time penalty. Then, so it's the fast repair is going to help. The fast repair is going to help immensely for him. But yeah, that suspension was damaged to the point where he could not keep the wheel straight. Hence his towing time, and well, we once had a 4-way GT4 battle, and that is no more.
Yeah, now we have a TCR battle, which I put over here in our commentary boost chat. I saw this coming from a mile away because Michael Polasek has been so good, and we saw him in the previous round. He was one of the guys that was battling for the win of the race after he got an incident with the T3 Esports Delta car of Oliver Ackerman. Unfortunately, T3 is not in the frame over here to be talking about battles, but now coming closer and closer to Konstantin Stolzenberg, and I can totally see Polasek making the move anytime soon and getting P2 out of the Revolution car. It's just a matter of where and when for Polasek to make that move.
So there will be some traffic, as I believe, yes, it looks like Daniel Muth is closing in, if I am correct, maybe in a minute or so time. So that could be a little bit of a factor into this TCR P2 battle. Now you remember the Revolution Sim Racing Purple Machine was fighting for the lead and unfortunately has not been able to do anything to get back into the conversation. But that's also because the boosted motorsport car, well, the drivers have been pretty immaculate today. Look at the traffic coming.
Going to catch them at a really awkward point too, isn't it? It's going to disturb this battle and
there's
the
3
race.
classes.
Yeah. This is going to get a little bit interesting. Whilst these two fight for position, behind them, chaos is approaching. So Konstantin might just get away with one because that has the opportunity to open up the gap behind him if he can play it sensibly.
Oh, it's they're all going to meet. There's no way the GT3 is going to be able to pass the GT4. Oh. Is he going to let him go? That's the smart move. That's the smart move, but it's not happened yet. It's happened now.
Yeah, it happens on Callan Hard. The problem is that the Vibe Esports red car The livery's car will reach them just on Versiphon, and it's a very deep braking zone for all cars.
Look at that
Ooh,
speed.
he's gonna yield.
Ooh, that was
so
way
he
too
just let him
close.
through.
That was way too close. I don't think he realized he was not clear yet. Wow.
And there's
So that's
the
a
breathing room. Look at the gap it's created between the two CCRs. He's found about a second there. He'll be absolutely loving that with Constantine. He's just got to play the next one sensibly. And he might get, what, 4 corners worth of free air before he's back on the defense?
Look at the live points right now, by the way. Dennis Aris Fabry and Lars Baumler are still tied at 29.16 points. A lovely point system. With Alex Neller, George Simmons in second place, 28.61. Now, for everyone who is not completely aware of the points system, usually in the real-life version of this series, they base it off of the points. They base it off of how many cars are in each category. Well, for the Winter GreenHELL, what they do is they base it off of if every category had 18 drivers in it. So it's all equal across all series. And there's no category championship. It's the overall championship, if you will, in each.
By the way, the lead car, the race leader, just came out of the pits. Michael Besuch now taking over from Fabio Besuch, the father-son duo. So now I think Michael is the father, Fabio is the son. Now Michael taking over from Fabio in P4, just come out of the pit lane. Now in about 21 seconds away from NJB Red.
That is...
Sorry to interrupt.
No, please. I interrupt you as many times as necessary, so it's only fair that you interrupt me as well. As I talk about the point system, I was going to bring up this battle. It's right back. They're right back to fighting right here. The way the points work, there's not really a class championship. The championship is between all of the drivers in every class against each other. Where they finish in class, they are given a specific amount of points. And so there's 4 first-place winners over each round. They all are competing against each other for the Drivers' Championship. It's an interesting way to decide the championship, and one I'm all here for because it's different and it makes sense. A little difficult, I guess you could say, to calculate the points scenarios and situations, but thankfully technology provides us with live standings updates. And you know what? We're pretty thankful for that.
Yeah, as they come down out of the left-hand downhill, getting saddle for the Stefan Belafest, now into Schweibenschwanz. Right-hand kink. They're going to go for a slight lift off of the gas, go into the braking zone, left-hand turn. They're going to clip the concrete curb a little bit. Now
Polosak's going to get speed.
And he's going to get speed right out of the Calgon Cup. So it's all a matter of how much effort Polosak really want to put up into the overtaking out of the Calgon Cup section. But there's a GT3 car right behind them, I think, that might break off the battle a little bit.
Well, I mean, Polosak has got to be thinking that Stolzenberg is a sitting duck right now. And look at that closing speed. Not like a GT3 closing speed, but it's enough to get the job done. They're going to be side by side. A little bit of side draft help. And a GT3 car is coming into the picture, or a Porsche that is. GT3 Cup car gets by smoothly. The pass has been made, and back into the slipstream goes Stolzenberg. Maybe he's going to think about a move. It's way too dangerous, though, at this point to make any move stick. As you see more traffic in the background. This is one of the more hectic sections of the track. Right before you get back onto the Grand Prix circuit, you have to almost slide the car around and get it slowed down. You can't brake in a straight line like you'd want to do. You really have to maximize the amount of why is it escaping my mind? Braking while turning. Lorenzo, please help me here. It starts
You're
with a
trying
T.
to trail brake the car?
Yes, trail brake the car in a way. Is what I meant. Words. Again, words. It is 10 a.m. here, where I am. And
well, interesting battle. Actually, it started to break off. Greenberg has just made the overtake on NJB Performance Red. So now Simsa is now in P2 once again.
well, we've got this great GT3 battle. Oh, they almost touch. They almost get rear-ended, almost into the grass. This is one of the fastest sections of the Nordschleife sections of the track. And NJB Performance, well, the green variation of the team has had a rough go at it, but the red team is looking to get back into a podium spot. They've obviously lost out right here as they go into the carousel. There, you can barely fit one car between the both of them.
So tight, isn't it? They are literally bumper to bumper, although Simsa just gains a little bit of an advantage through the carousel. That's enough to open up the gap. We know that Gustav Grinbergus does have the underlying pace, so now he's got to try and break the slipstream by the time they get round to the Dottinger. Just be consistent, and he should have the job done, although NJB Performance Red, they're not letting him get away at the moment.
Oh yeah, there's another thing that we can count out as a factor. I just took a look at this. 1 minute and 9 full pit stop service for Yannick Segemeister, so he probably has newer tires in comparison to Gustav. So Gustav's now coming under the pressure. It isn't like Gustav's made the overtake. He's getting pressure to be overtaken by the NGB Performance Red, and the thing is, they're kind of equal grounds in terms of fuel as well. 2 laps of vintage from one driver to another. So there is a possibility of a move being done on the Dorgahoa.
Is there a possibility of an overtake before then? Because right now, Segmeister really wants to get that move done. I don't know if it's the brightest to do it before then, but you think of it this way. If he does attempt a move in the Dongerhoa, then, well, he's so close that can't Simsa Esports and Grinbargus just, you know, position the car right behind in the slipstream and get that spot immediately back?
I mean, it's not out of the question, is it? He's got to be a smart move by Yannick just behind. He's got to make sure that he makes the overtake at the correct point, although there's a little bit of a mistake. Now he's not going to have much of a choice. He's got to close up, get the perfect run, and he's done just that. Look at the closing speed immediately. Those fresher tires coming into their own, up into 5th gear as you accelerate flat out down this section.
I almost feel like it was better for him to get a little bit loose because he's going to have a lot more time to build up the speed, and, you know, he's not going to fly by, but he is going to get that extra mile per hour, kilometer per hour, whatever you want to call it. He gets the move done no matter what. And right back into the slipstream goes Grinbargas. Is he going to attempt a move? It's never smart to do it down here. And he backs off.
Knowing Gustavs, he probably would never made the move anyway. Yeah, probably would use his Rio racing skills to not make that move, and we can see, yeah, Segemeister coming into the pit lane. Interesting. 6 laps total in 6 to 7 laps total in his stint.
Well, they are lapping this track at around 8 minutes, and you do. Oh, we have a move here, a potential move being done. It looks like in, is that the Porsche Cup Series or the GT4s?
GT4s.
The GT4s. Yeah, the PND Racing involved here. Again, we talked about this being a 4-way battle, but now it's a 3-car. And Team RSO 297 welcome to the Battling Show. I feel like this is their first mention on the broadcast because they've been so quiet. They position themselves right in front of T3 Esports Gamma. That is risky business right there. Gonna keep the position here. Will they have enough speed to make a challenge on P&D Racing? I don't think it's gonna happen here. It would be a brash move, but I mean, all of the time that was just gained by Langkow. Oh no, the BMW in front collects him in the rear, and T3 Esports Gamma and P&D Racing both have to get a tow. This is disastrous.
Yeah, let's look on the replay immediately as Mario Ferrari just slightly clips on the grass, goes full force into the tire barrier, and nothing the T3 Gamma car could do. Thomas just gets so much damage out of the car, he immediately goes into the pit lane, and Langkow just getting the lucky straw out of the bunch. That was a close little looking towards Thomas Burka car.
And just watch the BMW.
Yeah, just watch the BMW coming back on track. Unfortunately, there's nothing he could go over there and say, oh, he just came across into me. Yeah. That's a dirty move. Unfortunately, it's just the kinetic force throwing the car back into the track, unfortunately.
It's the Nordschleife you get. Yeah. Now, what happens there, the reason, and Langkow was lucky to not get collected there, what happens there is you get just a little bit of the left side tires into the grass. And if you're just going in a straight line, okay, like you'll potentially be able to handle it as we see a rear bang. But what we see here is the fact that these drivers are going to be, when they put on the brakes, right, and they've got, for example, their left side tires in the grass, as we see some more battling, this time in the both TCR and Porsche Cup. This is interesting. Yes, very interesting. I'll hold my point while we watch this battle happen right here. Backmarker Racing Orange, Birthday Cake Racing. They're both in the Porsche Cup, the SP7 class. And some TCR challengers are right around them. Stolzenberg, his name has been in this broadcast a lot.
Yeah, but look at the battle being broken off by a few short moments, because now each car just behind a respective TCR car, just out of the climb carousel. Lights blink by Cal as they come to the entry of Gallenkopf. Oh, this can be nearly disaster for Cal that he makes. Lemonades out of his lemons, and now it's a straight shitty drag battle with some draft on the Dodingehoa.
I love looking at shots like these because while the cars look like they're going so slowly, you can just see how different the speed is across different classes. The 21-kilometer marker, as now they come very much into frame at the speed they're going at, side by side. The spot, it's still Birthday Cake Racing's over Backmarker Racing Orange.
Yeah, and one interesting thing, the GT3 Cup cars are actually clocking more speed than the GT3 cars, in my opinion, as we're going to see the 1-2-1, their car back to the pit lane. So the 1-2-1 out of Backmarker Racing coming for the pit service. Birthday Cake staying for one more lap, 8 laps total in his tent.
So what I was saying about the grass, you think of it this way, you know, obviously the if you have right, grass is ice, but if you have one tire in there, 2 tires, that is, you should be fine if you're on a straight line. The difference is when you start to try and go on the brakes. You try and go on the brakes, you're gonna have 2 tires, both right sides in this case, on the tarmac. They've got the grip, but one side does not. So, you know, the momentum, the energy, the fact that there's ice on one side and there's grip on the other, it's going to send your car spinning. And if you try to overcorrect it, well, in a corner like that, there's nothing you can do about it. You're just racing right into the barrier, and well, crap happens.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation to be in. You know, you really don't want to be facing downside situations. As we're looking at this battle between German Sim Racing Red and T Sport East Gamma with Thomas Burka. Again, we saw that Burka car just coming out of the pit lane. Let's do something over here since let's do a race spot fan immersion over here with this German Sim Racing car. As he's losing ground, but still, let's keep with this car for a race spot fan immersion. We'll be right back.
Well, that was a little bit of fan immersion here on RaceSpotTV. We are now just an hour and 53 minutes away from, well, the checkered flag / the last lap, because obviously these laps here at the Nordschleife are huge. Now, I want to say something real quick. There is an incident under investigation. Let me rephrase that. There's 2 incidents under investigation. You remember the wreck between the 282 of PND Racing as well as the 271 of T3 Esports Gamma? Well, first of all, the PND Racing car seems to be out of this race while the T3 Esports Gamma car is still running. Well, under investigation for blocking and an unsafe rejoin. Now, if you go back and rewatch what happens in our break and our fan immersion, I had a little thought to myself. It looked like the 282 car, or I will see this again from my angle. It just looked like he could have put the brakes on, and it never happened. And when you don't put the brakes on, you come back out onto the track, and it all happened so quickly, which is one thing, but at the same point, it led to the demise of the lost time, that is, from the T3 Esports Gamma perspective. Lorenzo, Tom, any thoughts on that?
I mean, if you can put the brakes on, you should. Worth noting that it was pretty big impact, so there's a chance that those systems were damaged for whatever reason, but it was notable the car did just kind of lumber its way back across onto the circuit, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see action there, but it's hard to put blame on a driver because you've just smacked into the wall. I'm sure your mind's on other things, but you really should be putting the brakes on.
The thing there is that, well, PND Racing now is done. They're out of the race. They're gone. They've disconnected. They're gone. So what do you penalize? Do you penalize next race? It's not, I don't think, even close to enough for a penalty in point reduction. I don't see much of anything that you can penalize for. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and
maybe
I suppose
not
this
in
is
this race.
Yeah, this is why we're not stewards, is what I would say. I think the
Arjuna!
stewards will find a sort of compromise. It's possible that you see a grid penalty maybe is another thing you could do going into another race, so that it carries through, but it being a small mistake doesn't hugely just like take them out of the running for 6 hours. So I'm sure they'll find a way, but if he had the opportunity to put the brakes on and he doesn't, then ultimately you got to say there should be a penalty there, regardless of what it actually ends up being.
Agreed. Yeah, it's one of those things where he definitely lumbered across, and I'd be furious if I am in the T3 Esports machine. So you can kind of understand, in a way, where this investigation is happening. As we're watching on screen, a Porsche Cup SP7 car in the 119 trying to make its way through a TCR battle. TCR has... The class has really put itself back on the map in the past hour or so of this race. The battle we're watching right now is for position number 2 in the TCR class. Lone Wolf Motorsports, Revolution Sim Racing Purple, the 2 competitors in this matchup.
Well, where's he gone?
Yes,
He's disappeared.
Connection issues.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I was wondering the same thing. Stolzenberg was just here. Now he is very much not. So what could be happening is I would hold until we know. He could still be racing, and we just don't see him yet. So, you know, sometimes when we're all across the world internationally, these things can happen. 282 has gotten a warning, by the way. That has just been given. That has just been given by race control, by the stewards, and I think that's fair.
I think it is fair as well. This is gonna be interesting. I'm still looking to see if there's anybody on that 332 car of Stolzenberg, but he still hasn't come back. We're looking right now between the gap battle between on NGB Performance Red and Glacier Racing GreenHELL, with Timur Valkiarvi in the car and Sven Beba on the NJB car. And we know Beba is a very fast driver. He can catch up to it.
Stolzenberg
Yeah.
fell to an unacceptable level, his received throughput. So, he might be done for now. He might not. But he's definitely done from that battle. That's a shame.
Yeah, I think it's always a shame. You know, it is ultimately part of the sport of all this sort of online motorsports, the esports side of things, and you could argue that that's just as likely to happen as, say, an unfortunate puncture in real life. So it is just one of these unpredictable things that you always get in sports. He is back, so he's there or thereabouts. We shall see how it all progresses. It's going to be chaos, no doubt, but hopefully he's back and it stays. Although it seems to have gone again, so it stays there or thereabouts. Maybe a storm where he is.
By the way, we're right now seeing the live points. That might update in a few minutes, however, because finally Patrick Shilikowski has gotten some time in the car. He's going to be part of the live points. Hey, did it just update as I was speaking?
It did.
I love that. I love that. That's just gorgeous right there. So we're once again right at what it has been. The three drivers here tied because they're once again winning in their respective classes. Sim Racing Academy Black is currently winning in the SP7, Special 7 Porsche Cup class. And then on the other side, it is Simza Esports leading in the... what was the other one? I love when I forget things. Don't you love, guys, don't you love when you're talking to me and I just completely blank for a moment? Isn't that the greatest thing?
I mean, nobody's flawless, you know. I think you got everything else going for you, so every now and again have a little bit of memory fart. I'd say that's acceptable.
I'll say that's successful as well. Anyway, back to the racing happening on hand. So Stolzenberg, I know we are concerned about him. We'll continue to update you on his status in this race, but this GT3 battle is beginning to heat up after it simmered down a little bit around 20 or so minutes ago. But Glacier was racing for the lead earlier in this race. No longer what is happening. And Sven Beber is making the most out of this opportunity in one of the tougher sections of the first half of the Nordschleife.
Talking about the Nordschleife, I really want to know your opinion as we look, Sven. That gap's coming down close, bit, turn by turn. It was about 2 seconds when they started the Nordschleife section. Is now nearly under a second between Valkiarvi and Beba as they just get out of the Verstaven's left-hand corner. It is now 0.7 of a second for Beba. Which part of the Nordschleife section is the toughest for you to drive in your opinion?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. You know, when I'm thinking about this, Metzgesfeld is difficult. Obviously, they were just going through there. It's a difficult section. Let me look and get back to you on that. Tom, do you have any things that
the whole thing, just all of it? No, like I said at the top, I'm very much a commentator with a tiny bit of driving experience. It's nowhere near balanced. What I find crazy about the Nordschleife as a whole is the fact that the first races that happened here, we're on motorcycles. Can you imagine trying to race a motorbike around here? It would be absolute chaos. So
it would be like hell.
No, I can give you a better description. It's like driving on the Isle of Man, but with curbs
and less houses, maybe.
and less houses.
Yeah.
And more places. Well,
tents.
what is more? You gotta say, like, I know I don't want to sound disingenuous, but Isle of Man versus Nordschleife in terms of danger. I feel like Isle of Man in its current state and the current types of vehicles that they take to that course.
It's much more dangerous.
Yeah, but of course you got to remember that when there were bikes here, there was an Armco, which if you only watch car racing, you're thinking, well, that's so much more dangerous. But
there's
of course,
just trees.
in a bike, you hit that Armco, it's not going to be a happy ending. Whereas if it's not there and you carry on, there's a chance that you don't hit a tree, I suppose. So it maybe was safer back in its original state for
So you're saying there's a chance.
It wasn't safe, but it was less dangerous.
So you're saying there's a chance. So, another section. Really, Lorenzo, I feel like the first, like that section, Foxhole is fun, but once you get to the more technical parts, between Metzgesfeld and the carousel, I think those are the parts I struggle with the most. You?
Right. This section right there. Basically, everything after Bluchen, which is the U-tip corner, all the way down to the Steffenblock Fest, I cannot hit it properly. Look at Beber, and even though with the shaft he's getting, he's not going to make the move right here on Schwabridge. He's going to wait all the way down into Golden Cup and set himself up to the Doringehoa. So it's going to be really interesting how that NJB car is doing. The car has been very strong throughout this entire race on a car that it's really interesting. We saw them having those glimpses of getting top 5, maybe top 3 spots during round 1 and 2, but they're never getting the lucky break. They usually get it within an instant and get it from back all the way down into the GP3 field and have to recover. This is the real first time they actually are safe, driving well, and driving fast, and just looking for a really good spot at the end of the day, even though they are 38 seconds behind Christopher Kindler in the Simsa car, who just took over from Gustav Greenberges, which is right now pitting the car on the pit stall.
When the designers of the Nordschleife were creating the track, do you think they just got bored and said, we'll just put in that long straightaway?
It's a public straightaway, so...
It is, that's true. That is very true. This entire circuit is just so legendary. Love the Nordschleife. The combined version is so interesting, and obviously this variation of it with that little hairpin. No! Don't do it! Don't do it! Okay, good. No contact. That is what we like to see.
Oh, by the way, Coleman's not far behind them, so this can turn into a 3-way scrap between Glacier, NJB, and... Oh,
it is a 3-way scrap now. Look at this. He's right there. This is a 3-way scrap now, Lorenzo. It's not just he's not far behind. It's he's there.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds, but it's closing. So this will become a 3-way battle with 2 cars having better tires. I think Sven actually has better tires, but he has lesser fuel. So it's going to be a very interesting battle between 3 cars, with NJB just going for maximum attack every single section of the track. If you really want to make a move, I think he has to make a move now to get within the 4 section and not let him go by. I think if he doesn't make a move now, it has to be on Schwedenkreuz right after Flugplatz. Otherwise, he's going to be on the back seat during the entire first half of the 4 section.
So,
but you could see Sven was getting anxious there, flashing the lights, trying to get by. He knows how important it is that he doesn't get held up, because the Coma car It was 1.5 seconds. It's now 0.9. It is coming down at a rate of knots.
So Coma Motorsport is 6 laps into the stint of theirs, while NJB is 3, Glacier is 2 laps into the stint. So, I mean, you're looking at it, by all accounts, if they did all get tires, which Lorenzo, you'd remember more clearly than me, then wouldn't Coma be the team that has the worst tires at the moment?
Naturally, yes, because they did something similar to what Simsa did, which is
Porsche Cup
go
car.
for three laps. Yeah, there's a Porsche car right in between them, just cleared themselves quite easily at the Schwedenkreuz section. Here they come into Edinburgh. It's not going to be enough for Weber to make the move, as now they're just out of the right-hand corner going to Foxhole.
Foxhole, one of the most interesting sections of this track. It's basically downhill snaking, then you go uphill into this section, go to the left, you get really close into the rear of another driver. If you're unlucky, you'll hit that, and then you just go through a technical section here before speeding up again. Man, this track is just full of challenges. You have this left-hander. You have to trail brake here, because if you don't, you can easily end up in the grass and easily just careen into the wall, back on the power, and now this is an easier turn. It's more of a traditional, in the traditional sense, it is. But now we have finally a 3-way GT3 battle, something we have not seen at all in this race so far.
Bulky Jarvie just cannot turn that Glacier racing car in, can he? It's all the time just a little bit wide of apex here and a little bit at the next one as well. And yet, it doesn't matter through this part of the track. And ultimately, when we get to a big slipstream zone, Coma's going to get a double tow, so you might even see them going 3 abreast by the time we get to the Dottingahoa.
Now notice, the Audi, it's the Audi and 2 Lamborghinis. Where does the Audi excel compared to the Lamborghinis?
Straight line speed, and it's going to be a quite of a shootout whenever they come out of the Bergwerk right over here. Right-hand turn into Bergwerk. You just reaccelerate during the mid portion of the track, so you can get maximum acceleration and speed. NJB Red Weber is on the.
Is he gonna try it now?
That Glacier car. He has to try now. So here he goes, setting himself up into.
Oh. I don't like this.
That's not what you want.
I don't like this. Oh, Coma Motorsport might just
Locked.
really see that name come to fruition. Coma is using the slipstream, as well as we're getting to the portion right before the carousel. No attempt at a move. Thank you for giving our hearts a little bit of repent for the moment. Now, the important thing is keep your car on the carousel. It's very easy to let it just get off, and you lose all the time. We've seen that earlier in the race. Wow. I huge smile seeing a camera shot like that. I know we say it a lot, but what a gorgeous scene this place is. Really, anywhere, it's so gorgeous. But yes, NJB Performance. Sven Weber, he knows he's going to have to make the move, but there's not really any passing opportunities coming up unless he wants to get real frisky with the moves.
Oh, a little bit of understeer there as well for Sven. He's right on the limit. That's cost him and dropped him right back into the clutches of the Audi, actually. Audi has almost 80 more horsepower than the Lamborghini, so when we get to a straight, that is going to become very, very prominent.
Yeah, but the Lamborghini sounds better, so that adds back to 80
that's
horsepower.
True. Feels quick.
How do they sound better if the engine is the same? But here's the thing. The thing that benefits the Lamborghini more is because it is slightly lighter than the Audi. The Audi is the heavier car. That's why it has a little bit more horsepower. but the Lamborghini just can carry himself way too well within the corner. You can see how nimble the car can be, even though it is kind of tail happy. It is a very tail happy car, so you have to tackle just as cautiously as you tackle the Audi, as they're just about to go into Schwabuschwanz right hand side. It's kind of a kink, kind of a deep braking, going to third gear into the setup for the client carousel. Now it's all going to come down to Goggenkopf and how Beber and Bleisteiner right behind them can set themselves up into the Döringerhohe.
Coma Motorsport is going to get a double draft. There's only 13 or so more laps in this race. This might be the most consequential lap here for these three cars in this fight. Beber will pull to the right of the Glacier Racing Machine. They're side by side in the Danger Hoa, and look who's just relaxing a little bit. It's the Coma Motorsport car, but he's gaining, and again, Glacier is going to pull out in front. They're within just meters of each other, and they don't even swap position.
Smart move by Beber, not going for it. You know, just try to save the slight amount of fuel. You know that Coleman is not going to put much of a pressure on, like they go into the pit lane like I imagined they would.
7 laps on that stint.
7 laps within the stint, so they're going to go for full service. Now it is between Beba and Valkiavi as they come into turn number 1. Yokohama has Beber just going a little bit wild on the braking zone, had to run wild at the exit of turn number 1, and now into turn number 2 in the arena. Now Beber is going to have to trail brake that car so heavily to actually get within any realm of being close towards the Glacier car.
You have to be patient in the arena section, but not too patient. It's very easy to oversteer the car if you slow down too much and get too much of the car into the curbing on the inside here. But as they take that hairpin, they go to the second part, the latter half of the Grand Prix section of the circuit, and they'll start their trek once again. Guys, can you believe it? There's only around 12 or 13 more laps of this circuit left for at least the GT3 cars. I mean, it's been that fast. It's been that quick of a race. An hour 31 remaining in it.
I know, right? It's you say 15 laps, we're thinking, whoa, we're almost there. And then an hour and a half, you're like, wow, we're just past halfway. It is a strange position that the Nordschleife puts you in. And as we mentioned, that's what makes it such an endurance event. This time, once again, NJB just not close enough at the correct points. Made that little mistake into turn 1 that meant that you couldn't try any little cheekiness through the arena section whilst we were still in the Grand Prix part of the lap. Now, it's got to sit pretty for another moment and wait for the opportunity to come to him.
And you know what happens here? NJB Performance, well, by not being able to pass Glacier Racing GreenHEll, that's made it so the tires, they're probably equal right now. And by the way, none of us mentioned it, but this battle has now turned into a battle for the podium only because Simza, it appears, went into the pits.
Yeah, right before they got into the Döringerhohe, I mentioned that that Kindler took over the car. It is 24 seconds the difference between Kindler and Beber, so he's still trying to work himself back up. Of course, cold tires for the Simsa car, as both NJB and Glacier just quit the Ehrenberg session into foxhole and compression. So it's going to be really interesting next few laps for all cars, because they're all over the place in terms of fuel strategy. Some cars are within their first lap, some of the cars are within their final 2 or maybe lap itself off the stint. So everything is going to converge in the next maybe 10-20 minutes to see who actually came out on top on the fuel strategy and maybe tire strategy as well.
There are a lot of drivers who are no longer in this race, and typically the attrition rate is not not that high, or not that poor, I should say, in the GreenHELL events. But right now, from what I'm seeing here, I'm not sure if this is completely right, I think only 41 drivers are still in the race after we started with 53 registered to partake in this and to start. So attrition rate is not as nice as it typically is.
Yeah, it has been one where we've seen a lot of incidents and a lot of people getting caught up in those. I remember back at round 1 there was quite a few moments where somebody just got it wrong and hit the wall, but that was all on their own. They didn't involve anybody else. Here we've seen a car goes off, it takes 1, 2, 3 others with it, and a lot of those guys not getting back into the race. And that's what these two need to be careful of. That's why Sven hasn't tried a cheeky little lunge, although he might get an overlap here. It's going to be an awkward one. Corner
he's trying it.
He's definitely thinking about the move, but once again just has to tuck back into the slipstream, because somehow Timo seems to be able to just crouch down. Maybe he's a little bit lighter inside the car, because that Glacier Racing GreenHELL car working really nicely at the important points, like we keep saying. You can be slower in the mid-corner, that doesn't matter, they're not going to get past you there. If you're quicker on the exit, under braking, then you're pretty able to hold the guys off for 90% of this lap.
Did you notice there was a little bit of blocking? I think he was going to take a peek down the inside, and both of them had the same idea. Let's move all the way to the right. It didn't give them the optimum line going into the heavy braking zone before the carousel. But look at that. What a shoot out of the carousel for Beber. He is right on the gearbox again. Yeah, that was a block, and now it's getting a little bit dirty, and I think the sleeves are rolled up, and the gloves might be coming off here.
Gloves coming off, and in a moment we might see knuckle dusters getting put on. This one,
this one's TCR. There's a TCR in the worst part of the track to see a TCR.
Oh, they're gonna get.
Can you imagine being the TCR right now?
That's an uncomfortable one, and Sven was running that as close as you could. Didn't want to get dropped behind, so just stuck it in. Said, "I'm putting my car here. You can do whatever you need to do to make sure you don't crash." And somehow they both kept it out of the wall, and still this fight almost undeterred.
Not much you can do if you're the TCR. You can't really go that quickly. So good on them for both getting through. It's just, wow, this has been an incredible battle to watch.
In the meanwhile,
yeah, sorry, carry on.
In the meanwhile, we still have another battle going on in the SP7 category with Raceline Sim Sports and Slow and Confused Alturas Kundelas defending his cup from Marius Romofanger. We're seeing on the side-by-side images as they just entered the Nordschleife session, just about hit the Hudson-Bach, whereas the GT3 cars in the SP9 just got out of Schwabenschwanz and going to decline carousel. Following each other, so it's going to be a real interesting battle because
GT4.
That SP2 car, it is the Romofanger is the lighter car, and now Donegal is going to be interesting as now Romofanger needs to make that move right quickly to get that P2 back because the fuel difference is the same for both cars on the stint.
I think. Therefore, I'm wrong, but I think there might be a move at the end of the Danger Hoa. And if there is a move at the end of the Danger Hoa, then maybe in a Tiergarten we're going to see them go side by side. They are side by side, wheel to wheel, no one giving each other an inch. The inside positioning did go to Glacier. They're still side by side, and Beber, the smart move to just peel off there. Gets a little too easy on the brakes. Will we see pit stops? Yes, I think that's the smart move. Beber knew that he could not get by him, so might as well try and go for an undercut of sorts.
Yeah, with 1 hour 24 left, if you get
is this the last stop?
No, it can't be. It is second to last stop.
Interesting. So when are we starting to think about last stops here, Lorenzo? who could go with just one more stop? Who is in the best position to do so?
Let's look. No car can go one more stop. By the way, if they actually, correction, the majority of the cars, I think Glacier, if they go for the 2 or 3 more laps, they might be safe. If it goes for the full 8 minutes, Simsa just needs to do one more pit stop. Adrenaline 1 and 2 needs to do one more pit stop. And JB is going to do the red car. We'll do one more pit stop. So interesting scenario.
Oh no! Slow and confused. Slow and confused off into the barrier. And, well, maybe now is where that name comes to actually mean something. We'll have to watch the replay right here and see if the car is controlling the same. Oh, that's some big damage in the right front, right rear. Wow.
Yeah, that's Verzifen for you. That's how tricky this corner can be. You have to be basically in a straight line to get into the.
They made the move.
Turn of Verzifen. Yeah, they made the move nevertheless.
That's the crazy thing here, because Slow and Confused made the move past Raceline Sim Sports, and Rummelfanger is just like, thank you very much for hitting the wall. We'll see if there's some big damage to the car. I don't know. Let me look at the cockpit, because I feel like that will tell us. Oh yeah, there's some big damage there. Oh no!
Oh, it's making me uncomfortable just watching it. Yeah, it's not
That's
a healthy car. What's that? 30 degrees on the wheel down the straight.
Total suspension. Yeah, it's bad.
Collapse. Yeah.
Yep, it's a collapse here. I don't envy. I do not envy him going around here through the carousel.
Oh, I bet the force feedback's trying to break his wrist, and there it goes. That was somewhat inevitable. I think I would have considered just running it around the top and not bothering.
This wasn't a broadcaster's jinx, it was a broadcaster's foresight.
Yeah, Arturus there. He was willing to give it a go. Wants to lose the minimum time, of course, but I think it would have.
Oh, not again!
Sensible.
Yes, let's please keep it here, because no, don't. Wow.
The problem is he has the entire third section, and the entire third section is basically turn in and bumpy section. This is gonna be hell for him.
This is it is the winter green hell. It is the winter green hell. So.
We'll see.
And he is
making me genuinely nervous watching.
Yeah, Tom, I don't feel like I've heard you this nervous at all this broadcast. I'm loving it. Oh no!
Oh
man.
Well, there'll be engineers front and back. Oh, he's in the middle of the road.
Oh no,
Lord,
this is sad. I feel for him. Like I really do feel for him, and. Honestly,
I hope he has the fast repair.
Same here. I really commend him though for trying to get the car. Yes, it's very easy to be like, all right, I'm done. I'm towing the car. But we'll see how much time he's able to not lose. If he does have the fast repair, then he's lost time, but he's back in the race. And that's the important
he's
thing.
riding the curbs better than I do, even without suspension. I think that says enough. He even got some air there. I think.
Meanwhile, we're talking about this right behind him. 37 seconds. It is closing, of course. It is the obvious thing. Zakaru and a birthday cake are having a battle. There's a slower car right between them. That's the 107 of Pro Drive. Gondrini just distances himself away right out of the ice curve. Now it is a reignited between Ben Dresea and Ben Callow once again.
Slow and Confused has spun at the mini carousel and rear-ended into the guardrail.
Well, if you can do the first one, might as well.
Right. There's a lot of traffic. I don't like the sound of the engines when I'm watching. GT4 goes by. GT4 is like... Yes, the GT4 car is Torque Freak, and I'm sure he's... Oh, man. Birthday Cake's going to catch up, I think.
Nah,
Oh, man.
too far back.
Yeah, well, you have to also remember the speed and the fact that there will be a GT4 car next to the Porsche Cup car, potentially, going through Tiergarten.
No, that's not where we want to be.
That engine is gone. He basically lost 15 kilometers easily on the straight.
All right, here we go. Drachia, Zekarol making a move. Does he get it done? It looks like he's going to clear him. And he's going to hold position for the time being. Ahead, Slow and Confused, making their way slowly into pit lane safely. At Tiergarten, under the bridge, side by side. Who's going to blink first? Blinking first is Birthday Cake's Callow.
Blinked quite heavily as well, you'd say. That's opened up a little bit of a gap to Dan up ahead,
Well,
which means that he's not going to be able to fight back immediately.
Great job by Kundalis to get Slow and Confused. He did have the fast repair. He's back in this race. Great job. Got to commend him for getting himself back out onto the track by virtue of just limping around this huge behemoth of a course.
And pirouetting. A little bit of pirouetting.
A little bit. Yes, thank you, Hugo, for that beautiful... I was hoping you would do that.
It's like me after I got out on my mountain bike, just splattered with Scottish mud. Like,
you see, Hugo is he is in the broadcast booth, but while we don't hear him, his camera shots speak for what he wants to say. Remember, beautiful
a picture
man.
tells 1,000 words.
The only thing we're missing is the yellow pen.
The yellow pen.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, you never seen the yellow pen? Oh,
I would like to know about the yellow pen.
You've never been in a. Here's the thing: you've never been in a proper race broadcast unless you see the yellow pen.
How have I never seen?
What are you on about?
Go ahead, Dylan.
It's almost my year anniversary with RaceSpot. Have I not been on a proper broadcast yet?
With the yellow pen, I think you've been the Nürburgring 24. I think we got the yellow pen at the Nürburgring.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it wasn't on
so
our
early.
Stint. I don't think it was on our stint. I think that was whenever Heinhog, the radio show limited guy, actually were broadcasting this. We had the yellow pen.
Fair. Makes sense. Understand completely now. No, I don't.
But if you don't know what yellow pen is, Tom, is whenever we have Hugo or Will or whoever's the producer, he gets the yellow, he gets the interactive pen and just displays it on screen.
Oh,
so
I do.
Okay. Now I follow.
As with Tom, I'm going to speak for you here. I thought we were talking about an actual yellow pen.
Yes, same. I was like, why would I ever see Hugo's pen? Why is this something that would ever come into my life? But now I follow. A little bit of a drift there from 128.
There was
nice.
I feel like it was a Skip Barber going along there. But yes, now I have been in multiple broadcasts with the yellow pen.
I haven't. I'm too new apparently still. I need to see the yellow pen come into play.
Hugo will heed your comments, will listen to your suggestions, and perhaps whip out that yellow pen of his in the last hour 15.
If we get something that can be the difference in this race, we might see the yellow pen come out. But there isn't a whole lot of battles going on track. That's why
just this one.
This silly talk, and because the majority of the cars are actually serious talk, because the majority of the cars are actually spread out from one another. I saw George Simmons back on the boosted car from Alex Neller So Simmons driving the final stint for the leading PCR. Polasek about 16 seconds behind. Also 16 seconds behind is Marshmallow Racing. But Marshmallow Racing owned us a pit stop in about 2 laps time in Dennis Runsdorf. Eventually that will be taken by Artifact Slow Pony with Romero just coming out of the pit lane.
Artifact Slow Pony is on my list of top 5 best team names from this race.
You're not saying this because you really want to get Arjun's good side.
Is that his team?
Yes, this is one of his team.
I did not know
the
that.
Story behind it? Anybody know why it's called Artifact Slow Pony? Because there's no way this comes about by chance. Like, this must be planned.
I'm also impartial to the team name called Without Team, the 129 car in the Porsche Cup.
I just keep thinking it's a technical error. It's doing my head in.
The Without Team.
Yeah, just keep thinking my timing sheet's all wrong. Here we go. Oh,
Oh,
that's nice
no.
Dan Chiracia.
Yeah, please get out of the middle of the track, they say. Birthday Cake had a lot easier time eating up that last slice. Sorry.
Let me just say, Zekru for the first time in 2 rounds, Dendrasea just having the look. I'm not gonna overly compliment because we did that on the first round, and Dendrasea just got the worst hour of his life. I think it was on the final hour. So far, Dendrasea doing an amazing job keeping that car clean and being rewarded with a podium spot so far.
Yeah, great job there. Honestly, great job by a lot of the drivers that we haven't necessarily talked about that much in this race. I mean, Sim Racing Academy Black, are we really surprised that they're on top? Simsa Esports GT4, are we really surprised that they're on top? No, I don't think any of us are. So, great racing there, and that's the reason why they are housing some potential champions in this series.
Yeah, I run a small team, definitely not on the level of those guys, but that's what you always want to encourage your drivers to do. You want them to be the people who win without ever really being noticed, you know, let the battles happen further down. You want to have the uneventful win, which is very much what Dan is doing the opposite of at the moment as he goes a little bit rally crossing there, takes a little shortcut. Maybe you'll have to give up the gain time, and then the 159 now will have an opportunity to tuck into the slipstream once again.
They are the only battle, as we've said, on track right now, which, I mean, we haven't really had any big lulls in this race. And that's incredible given the size of this track, that we still have cars close together. And we've had cars close together for the entirety of the race. So, Lorenzo, we didn't get to your point about when we're going to start seeing last pit stops. When is the earliest a car could do a last stop?
I think full stint you can do here is about 50 to 53 minutes. You can stretch it out to 55 maybe, depending on circumstances. 8 laps total if you fulfill your car and you get some good luck into it. You don't have major fuel consumption. So I think if Glacier stays for 1-2 more laps in the track, they might be able to do just a full stint. Whereas the other cars from the looks of it, the majority of the cars will be going for a 3/4 of a stint, or maybe a 4/5 of a full stint fuel. So it's going to be some interesting choices made down the line. Look for the next 15 minutes or so to see who's going to be within the full fuel stint perspective whenever they come down in the pit lane. We just have to be following closely the last 15 minutes out of this final portion of the race to see who can come out on top. But of course, nothing is decided yet.
And we've thought certain teams would be the class of the field, and obviously those thoughts can change very quickly when you're at this track.
I think one more thing we can be talking about again is the temperature of the track and the difference we had to the first 2 rounds. It is 36 Celsius on the track again, so it is nearly, I think, 106 Fahrenheit. You might
97.
97. I was gonna say it's between 96 to 106, but it is a very hot, warm track in comparison to the previous 2 rounds, wherever you had temperatures again ranging from the 18 degrees, 17 degrees, all the way up to 24 degrees. It is a cold track still, so you have to make a few tweaks in the car setup to make sure the car is clean and crisp and can perform well within the cold temperature, and the times are even quicker. So this is something that I think threw a bone into some of these drivers. That's why I think we seem to feel more spread out than usual in this race. In the first 2 rounds, they were closer and closer to one another, even at this final hour is about to come. So I'm not fully surprised to see more of a gap racing in round number 3 than in the first 2 rounds.
Good analysis from Lorenzo Bonder. Hour 8 minutes left, and we've got some fun racing, I think, so far in this one, and I think we'll continue to have good racing. And if you're just joining us, 4 hours, round 3 of Winter GreenHELL. The Nordschleife have some great racing here. 4 classes: SP9, SP7, SP10, TCR. And if you're wondering what the heck are those class names, well, it's some special names. SP9s are GT3 FIA cars. SP7s are Porsche Cup 911s. You have SP10, which stands for the GT4 class, and, well, TCR. You should know what a TCR is. Paul Matthew Smith told you what a TCR is. Well, I guess you weren't here. Front-wheel drive Audis that are extremely difficult to master. Easy to drive, difficult to master. Isn't that the whole name of all of the cars in this race today? Right now, our only on-track battle is the one you're watching right here, and it's getting a little too close for comfort in the Porsche class. These are technically GT3 cars, but they have some special, I guess you could say, restrictions on the electronics on board, some aerodynamics. No ABS, correct?
No ABS, there is some slight traction control, if I recall correctly, but there is no ABS within the car. Whereas the GT3 cars, they all have ABSs and traction control. Some of them even have dual traction control. I know the the M4 and the Lamborghini, the Evo, have both dual traction controls for slip and throttle. So it's funny to see how the GT3 evolution came to be in the last, I'm gonna say, 3 or 4 years, wherever we saw more of a rustic, or I'm trying to find the better word over here. It's more of a historical traction control system, whereas now it is more designed towards the GTE, which is the GT entrance cars, and the 488 Evo, the 4 GT car, the BMW GTE. So they have the dual traction control to make the car more safer and still as fast as possible. And also it's interesting also to talk about the cost of the cars in comparison to the other cars. They're still around the €300,000 or $300,000 mark. So it is affordable, and I say affordable with air quotes around it, in comparison to what the GTE cars or other higher tier cars are actually available on the market for you. You have to spend like $1 million to get those cars available for you, and the spare parts are actually expensive. The only category that still races GTEs are still IMSA, of course WEC, but only for the pro cars. There's still a few custom cars available, and ELMS, but still more customer cars available. There are a few teams which are factory cars, and nowadays there are basically no factory cars for GTE. So GT3 is slowly becoming the main tier of top 10 tier cars. All some people I see is an unfortunate thing. I say, like, I'm still surprised to see, ever since the 2000, the GT3 is still going strong.
You are 100% in all of that, Lorenzo. It's interesting to see that evolution, because there's a reason why there are many big name series that are FIA regulated around the world that specialize in GT3s and even GT4s. Well, GTEs are so expensive compared to the GT3s, and is there a disappearing act? Oh, they're back. Compared to the GT3s, and it's not like the performance of a GTE is completely different than the performance of a GT3, and when the price difference is that much, it turns customer teams away from getting involved in sports car racing. So, yes, IMSA and WEC, the LMS, yes, they have GTEs still in circulation, I guess you could say, but
no.
It's dying in a way. It's not dead, but compared to where the GT3 class is right now compared to the GTEs, I guess you could say GTEs are dying a very slow death. It's not done yet, but it's also very similar to there used to be, as there is a more of a disappearing act being played by Porsche Cup cars. Remember, there were GT1s, GT2s, GTOs.
GT2s are actually back, to be very honest.
Yeah,
slowly,
that's
but
true.
They're coming back.
That is,
but they're slower than the
true.
GT3s.
Yes, which goes to say, they're not really GT2s in the sense of progressing up, in a way.
Yeah.
It's weird, but anyway, it's just the evolution, and one day GT3s will go the same way. It's just how it works. Just how creating cars, racing cars, that's how it all works. And series come and go, they evolve, they are advancing every day. Every way is a little bit of a lockup there. Almost sent him through the grass, through the ice. Does not do that. But that's why a series like Formula E, this car ducks into the pits in the background. Formula E, and I believe Extreme Rally it now is?
Extreme Rally. Extreme E and ETCR, by the way.
Yes. All electric, and that's going to be interesting too. I know Lewis Hamilton has a team in Extreme E now, and you know what? The more the merrier. There's another little bit of a slide. Those tires must be old.
By the way,
yes.
while we're talking about this, there is a P4 battle in SP9 brewing slowly, turn by turn, with Fabio Basucci slowly catching Sven Bieber. It is now around the second, the gap between Basucci and Bieber, as they just come out of the Klein Carousel. It will come into a straight shoot battle, drag battle in the Doringa as they come out of Galgenkopf. The advantage will go to Basucci, though, because he has better tires compared to Bieber. Bieber short fueled the car to make sure he only goes for maybe a short half stint and then go for a full stint. So it is
look at that gap.
All up to Basucci.
Look at that gap. It's coming down really quickly. I'd make a move here. I'd be a little bit daring. He moves quickly over to the left. He's going to have the inside track here at Tiergarten. I think he got the move done. He does.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Bieber just let him go by. I think he knows that Basucci made the full stint, the full fuel service, so it isn't better for him to fight it out, just keep the car in front and lose time to its competitors, as we're seeing now Glacier into the pit lane with about an hour left into this race, 59 minutes.
Is this the last stop?
No.
Do you think 59 minutes? I know you were saying it could go. I don't. They could. They could turn down the fuel map. Is that right? Like how
so
much
time in the process? You need to have a very considerable lead to actually do that.
Well,
you can do
see.
it, but again, let's take a look. Everything is up for grabs now.
It would be a bold strategy, I think, if you were going to go for the fuel map turn down, as opposed to just a splash and dash near to the end. That tends to be the go-to because it tends to be quicker. It's the simple way to put it.
Yeah, we've seen that happen. I've seen people turning down the fuel strategy and just, calling it out during the race, see what's going to happen to them, but they're all up in the air, and there's no clear, definite better strategy. Maybe you can actually just get away with it in the Nordschleife because you have so many turns. You just can lift the car and coast it some of the turns and be effective through it. And then again, all up in the air, no clear advantage so far. And again, I've seen that being played out, but not on the Nordschleife. I've seen that being played out on shorter tracks where you can definitely save fuel. And still be effective with it.
It makes sense because a lot of the stints have been 7, maybe 8 laps. You do the math, 7 times 8. You get. I don't know where I got 7 from. Where did I get 7 from? If you go 8 laps, yes, I got 8. 8 minutes around the lap for GT3. There's where I got 8 from, and I got 7 because of the 7 laps. So if we do some math there, 56 minutes if you're lucky. But you have to remember, even when the race ends, you'll still have to finish that lap. And that's a lot more time too. So it comes down to, are you going to lose less time by turning down the fuel map and going from here on out, or from keeping the fuel map up high and then getting a little splash of fuel and going for the last couple of laps?
If the race just ended when the clock hit 0, I could definitely see the fuel map just save those couple minutes and you'll be fine. But the fact that you could have just crossed the line when the race ends, you could have 3/4 of a lap still to go, that's where you're going to get caught out, and I'm just not sure it's worth the risk unless you've completely calculated what's going to happen. And ultimately, with just under an hour left on the clock, it could all change. We could suddenly see the leader crash out. That's just a little bit more time back towards the next cars, or if the top 2 at the moment were to end up in some sort of incident, you can have another 30 seconds to account for, and all your calculations go up in the air. So that's the tricky bit here. Can you calculate it, and is it even worth doing so given the number of potential scenarios still to come?
I think anyone that pits with under 50 minutes to go is fine.
Yeah, you'd say so. It's these next 6 minutes that you got to try and survive.
So if you do survive it, and the leader did not, as we've seen, well, then the leader might be in trouble.
That's not out with the realms of possibility.
Lorenzo, are we right in this? Let's hear that brain of yours go to work.
Let's focus on the lead battle between Adrenaline and Simsa, because right now, we're gonna see Killer being overtaken.
This is a bold overtake, and a good one at that.
And a rare occurrence as well to see the Simsa car being passed on track. That's supposed to be some really impressive pace from Tobias in that Adrenaline Motorsport second car.
Wow.
Whether that's second in terms of when they entered or they are the number 2 car, but that is remarkable.
Well, what is the idea here? Is if Simsa is going as slow as they are. Look, Kindler is accelerating much more slowly. I think they're saving. I think the fuel map has been turned down considerably.
And they took the early stop as well, so this strategy has been calculated from the start. This isn't something that has happened by accident. That would be Simsa planning this from, what, minute 25 of the race or something ridiculous?
I don't know. This is intriguing. They've been on this stint for 5 laps.
Here's the
what?
thing. This is their 6th lap of the stint, by the way.
Okay, this is their 6th lap.
Yeah, because whenever they complete it, they will calculate the 6th. Because Kindler took over the car about lap 19. This is lap 24 for them, so this is relatively their 6th lap from the stint. So, fuel-wise, from what we're looking throughout the entire field, they have 1 more lap. So the 7th lap would be the lap they have to go into the pit stop. And I'm trying to calculate because their laps have been around the 8:03, like in
Why
between
the saving?
8:01, 8 minutes. I don't think they're saving. I think Kindler is just not being able to fully extract the performance out of the car within the temperatures that are given to them so far. And right now we're looking at a battle now for the lead of the SP7 category. We're gonna have to make a little bit of an asterisk over here because Romelfinger has to come down into pit lane this lap.
Yeah, it's the provisional battle for the lead. Sim Racing Academy Black out of the pits. And like you said, Romelfinger will need to go into the pits this lap. 52 minutes left. Still a lot of time for something to happen here at the Nordschleife. They make that left turn onto the North Loop, as they called it. You know, there was a very, nowadays I guess, a very little known South Loop, the Südschleife, which part of it was used when creating the Grand Prix circuit that we know today. Now, I would love to see some of these cars try on a combined Südschleife, Nordschleife. Would it just be called Schleife? The loop?
Yeah, probably. I suppose you wouldn't be including east and west in that if there was 2 more hidden loops. I do believe there's a historic
The
race
4-leaf
takes place.
clover?
Yeah, there's a historic race which is the South Loop, I think. It goes through the car park. So.
What is interesting, our conversation or strategy?
Both. But I'm gonna say they had like you mentioned the car park. They usually had back in the old days. I think whenever Nürburgring came around to be, if I recall, Nürburgring was basically founded within the 1920s, if I recall correctly. And whenever they were founded, this is the interesting part. The Südschleife was used, and it was inaugurated in 27. They used the Südschleife for some races all the way down up in the 50s, but unfortunately the Südschleife now is actually a public road, which is actually only a public road. It was closed down for racing because it was more dangerous than the Nordschleife section because it was way twistier and the tarmac was just not good enough. They had I think a eastern loop or a western loop which kind of went around the where the parking garage would be and something extra, but now it is more into the city part. So when there was never a full Schleife, making the word up, race in the history of the Nürburgring. They never used both layouts at the same time. But that would compose about, I think, nearly 40 kilometers of track.
That's really interesting. Thank you, historian.
It's a very interesting thing, and I don't know if I know Hugo. Hugo is the only guy who's been to Nürburgring over here. Have you actually looked towards the Schutzschleifer? Because it is a very interesting piece of road. I see it is more interesting than Nordschleife part, the north part of the track, to be in my honest opinion. If you look on a few videos on YouTube, you can see how interesting the Schutzschleife is.
So, going a little bit off of the Schutzschleife, and a little bit back to strategy. Out of the top 5 runners in the race right now, Glacier Racing GreenHELL might be in the most amount of hell once the race is nearing its end, because they still seem to need to have a flash or a splash of fuel. They are on their 3rd lap of their current stint, and it's not nearly enough to go the rest of the way with 48 minutes to go. So either it's save fuel or go for a quick stop and dash, really. I don't know if they calculated this right, if they calculated this correctly. Coma Motorsport on their 6th lap, Simza Esport on their 7th. Adrenaline 1 and 2 on their 5th. They've got to get into the pits very, very soon. So, where does that leave us? It leaves us with pretty much 1 stop left for the top 5 runners in the GT3, aka the SP9 class. It also leaves us with a potential race losing strategy from Glacier Racing GreenHELL, and potentially NJB Performance Red, Sven Beber, could get his team up into consideration for a win. I think this is all going to accumulate and culminate in fireworks at the end of this race for the overall and SP9 class win.
Yeah, I'm just looking over here at the, as you were mentioning, into the stints of each team, and it's curious, you know. I would say the battle is between Simza and Adrenaline, maybe Glacier GreenHELL as a possible 4th team, but I wouldn't say Komen and NJB are probably within this battle. They're too far back. They're basically 1 minute and 41 minute 13 back the lead, so they're not fighting for the win. I think the battle are between these 4 teams in terms of strategies. We don't know who has a better strategy yet, because what happens is whenever they come down in the pit lane, I think Simsa might go for a driver swap. And maybe I don't think Adrenaline 1 and 2 are actually going to driver swap. They're going to keep Tobias Roof in the car and Fabio Besucci as well. They're being quick for their cars. Why would they change it? The asterisk becomes on Valky RV, and whenever it comes down to the pit lane, how fast can that pit be for the Finnish team?
So, the current leader, Adrenaline Motorsport number 2, they would be a first-time winner this season, whereas the sister team, number 1, won in the first round of Winter GreenHELL, while Simza Esports won in round number 2. So we could have a first-time winner. We might not. It's nice that it's a surprise, though. We really don't know yet. So that's enough for the GT3 class at the moment. On to some Porsche Cup 911 action, aka the SP7s. Raceline Sim Sports, Rommelfanger. He is in the pits as we speak. He is in the pits. This will be his last stop. Sim Racing Academy Black pretty much has this race in the bag. They're in the 3rd lap of a stint, and I've got to say, I mean, there's been no touching Sim Racing Academy Black in this one at all, guys.
No, I mean, we just haven't really spoken about them because they've been so dominant. They've done exactly what we said the team bosses and all that sort of stuff are looking for from their teams. The drive where you just sit at the front, do your job, and hopefully at the end of it win the race. No mistakes, no drama. They've just done everything right.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done everything right, and at the end of the day, that's all you can really ask for. Just getting the job done. That's sometimes the hardest part to do, and they're doing a bang-up job of it. GT4s, SP10 class. There is a battle. There's definitely a battle that's happening, as we've pretty much seen them as the closest competitors all race. Simsa Esports GT4, however, well, they've been in front for the entirety of the race, but not in a position where they can make a mistake and get away with it scot-free. Now, it looks like all of the runners who could potentially win in the GT4 drivers category, the top 5, it looks like they all might need one more pit stop to go. If that is the case, well, then again, it's Simsa Esports and Lorenzo. I know that's not a surprise. Simsa Esport and Team Academy Black. I mean, Porsche Cup, GT4, aka SP7 and SP10. There's no shocker in the mid parts of the class battles today.
Yeah, they've been the only constant throughout the entire 3 rounds in this race as well. Just dominating the entire field. There was a moment right there where I thought that maybe Baumiller's situation might have been a little bit in contention, because if Dominic Kingo actually had a really good stint so far, unfortunately Dominic just couldn't get the performance out of the core at BMW N4, and now he's shown a few ways back. He's in 4th place. They could have left for Mike Palouche to carry the team forward into the final rounds. We know Mike Palouche is a very fast driver. He's one of their pro drivers in comparison to Dominic and Ronald. They're both some of the team admins and managers, whereas Mike drives for them basically on every competition they go as course in racing. But he could try to get a performance out of the car much better than the other 2 drivers. Unfortunately, he just went way too back and wouldn't put any pressure whatsoever on Baumiller. So it's one of those interesting choices that you can make during a championship like this. How much are you willing to go towards a victory, as we're now looking at a battle between NJB Green and T3 Esports Alpha, as they're just about to get into the client carousel.
Yeah, some great battles here, and before we really focus on this one, still want to talk about the TCR category. There's only 2 competitors in this one, which is say it again.
No, I was just gonna interrupt you real quickly. Simsa just got out of the pits on the hats and back section.
Okay. Boosted and Lone Wolf. Boosted looking for its 2nd straight win in the GreenHELL series. And Lone Wolf looking for its 1st of the season with Poliesk, excuse me, doing really as well as he can do, or Polisek, my goodness, doing as well as he possibly can to still stay within around 20 seconds of Boosted, but time is running out. They still might need a little splash to make it to the end of this race. Really, where the strategy is, the concern is with the GT3s. Other than that, I feel like most of this is case shut. So 2 competitors that could still win TCR. Then Simsa Esports winning. I in my prediction, jinxing it, SP10, Simsa Esports, Sim Racing Academy Black, and SP7. They're on their way to their 3rd straight victory and might sweep the season in its categories, and again would stay up top, on top of the standings. I really just have questions about the GT3s, and obviously a small question for TCR. So the SP9 and the TCRs, for as far as I'm concerned, they're a little bit wide open right now. What do you think, guys?
Well, for me, I think the SP10 category is one that will always be a what if, because you'll remember way back when we had that four-way fight amongst the GT4s, Eivor Vravatic, Bastion at the wheel of that one, he just kind of sat there, just not getting involved, just taking the slipstream, saving fuel. And whilst that's all well and good, he's had great pace since he's been released, is only 18 seconds away. You would say it's possible he could have lost 18 seconds in that traffic, so he'd certainly be there or thereabouts. Just didn't qualify or complete the first lap in the position he needed in order to challenge for the victory.
Lorenzo, what do you think?
All right. Put it bluntly, I think Sims is out of the picture. But they're going to get top 3 nevertheless because Glacier has to pit stop. I think the battle... I think there's no battles. I think it is more like a side-by-side cap as we're looking at Backmarket Racing Orange having more issues on the Hotzenbach section. Let's look at the replay with Peter Elson as he goes into the braking zone of Hotzenbach. Right-hand kick. I just saw they come out of the pit lane, so tires are cold and face first into the outside part of the barrier.
A little bit more than a kiss to the barrier and hits it again. That's a kiss. Trying to get out, won't really cause any damage there, but car seems to be okay. It wasn't that terribly hard of a hit. By the way, so Simza, as you said, in and out of the pit, so no more stops for them. The GT3 cars that will need to come into the pit still, Coma Motorsport, both Adrenaline Motors, e-Motorsport cars, and maybe, but probably, Glacier Racing GreenHEll, but they only need a splash, if possible. So I still don't think it's completely over in this race, at least for the SP9 category.
The problem is that the gap between Kindler and Roof is about 1 minute and 7 seconds. His pit stop was 54 seconds. So whenever, if he follows suit, Roof comes into pit lane, let's just say right now, and Sush follows suit. What happens is Tobias probably would have about 15 seconds roughly of advantage towards Kindler, and Kindler is not being able to close the gap towards the Lamborghinis out of the Lamborghini out of the Tobias Roof number 21 car and the Audi out of Fabio Basucci. So it's going to be quite of a tricky situation to find himself in. So it's going to be something real interesting to follow for the next few laps. I would say maybe the next lap or so for the Adrenaline cars whenever they have to do their service and see if really the strategy for Tobias Roof will be for a half a stint and see who can come out on top, because I think they are aware that Kindler does not have the advantage in the field strategy. Yeah, and neither does have advantage on the pace strategy.
Do you think they're aware? I mean, they're probably having their team communicate all this to them. That's why it's much easier to have a team than be solo. Which, by the way, to run in this series as a solo driver, which is possible, you have to have at least a 2,000 I rating. While if you're in a team...
Pitting?
Oh, okay.
So Basush will pit. If he pits, he has about 42 seconds on Kindler, so Kindler might get that position back from Basush, but the gap might be so close between Adrenaline and the number 20 to the number 53 car out of IMSA. I'm just looking here closely on the replay to see how far will be that pit stop.
So this is the last time they're going into the pits. The e-Motorsport 1 car with Fabio Basucci.
Nowhere close.
Me. Yeah, nowhere close. Adrenaline e-Motorsport 2 actually, and Tobias Rolf almost got involved with a GT4 class car as they got back onto the Nordschleife. He's out of the pits. Basush, and good for the rest of the race. 34 minutes left, plus whatever time is needed to finish out the final lap, which probably a lot of time will be needed for all of these cars to cross the line. You know what's funny? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, we're talking about this, you know, you got 34 minutes left. We could be looking at easily 6 minutes or so left when the time runs out. So you're adding on, like, 6, you know, an extra 6 there. It's a considerable amount for you to take account of. You go to somewhere like one of the shorter tracks, maybe Monza, for example, has a few races with these GT3 cars in. You can almost negate that last little section because often you're going to be more than halfway around, and if it was to all go wrong, you could actually just coast to the line. Whereas at a track like the Nordschleife, it just adds so many more variables into the calculation.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Sorry, I was saying okay because I just made calculation for Glacier. They need 3 laps of fuel. I
Glacier
think
needs 3
everybody
laps.
needs 3 laps of fuel.
Okay. 3 laps of fuel. I do wonder how, if this was part of their strategy, or was this just a mistake of miscalculation or something like that. By the way, from my calculations, I believe we have 35 drivers still on track. Crazy low attrition rate.
Actually, have 36 cars on track with Verkworks.
My calculations aren't always correct.
Yeah, Verks are still there. They're running 37th because they've got plenty of time to make up on cars that have already retired, but they are still circulating. They're there.
Okay, that's fair. I forgot about them. Sorry. But it's weird. This race is starting to end on a lull when it's been so exciting for the majority of it. There's no battles happening on track right now.
Oh, that's a little bit uncomfortable, though. That was a case of
that's
hope
fair.
that the birthday cake car has seen me, because I'm going to end up with my nose on the inside anyway, but they worked it out. I think he would have been out of the race much earlier if he didn't have to handle
Did you
that.
just say... I really wish you said you hope that Birthday Cake Racing saw you and did not get a little bit of cake on your nose. Did you miss that?
I just didn't even think of the atrocious pun there. You know,
I commit atrocities against the public on a everyday basis, Tom. Just so you know.
That sounds so much more foreboding than it's meant to.
Yes, it does. Yes, it absolutely does. We need some action.
This is going to be interesting.
Okay.
So, Glacier has come down into pit lane. Fabio is actually catching Kindler like sector by sector. It was 12 seconds, now it is around 10 seconds between Stimsa and Kindler. If he catches about 4 seconds per lap, and we have 4 more laps to go, because let's see where Roof is. I want to see where Roof is right now. He's just past the carousel. So, from the looks of it, it will be about 4 more laps, roughly. 4 or 3 laps and a half. So, there is a position, there's a possibility, and a very big possibility, we might have a position for the podium. A battle for the podium.
We love that. That would be fantastic to see here. Sometimes I wish it was a teams championship so we can easily compare what the cars are. Usually in sports car racing, the championship that really matters is the team championship. It's so unique, though, in the sense that the championship that is for all the marbles is the driver's championship. And in a way, that makes things, even more a mark of pride for all the drivers here. And they're doing one heck of a job. All of them, really, at least over the past 2 hours. Sometimes you go through that weird period in longer races, but again, this is like a sprint with endurance characteristics.
Yeah. Basically, it's kind of funny. We always talk about these kind of races. They usually, even though they are short, even the long races, we talk about it at a certain point. You guys are just noise. It's my bug spray, to be very honest. It is summer here in Brazil, so we got a lot of bugs. It's the fact that usually even the 24 hours at some points, especially Le Mans, at some more so than any other one, it becomes what we call the 24 hours of sprint racing, because they just go full throttle from the start to finish, and then they just care about endurance aspects. And then I would say maybe the last 10 hours. Prior to that is just like go paddle to the metal and see what it leads you to towards the end of the race.
Yeah, and it's come with the advancement in technology, put simply. The cars have the ability to run full throttle for the whole time, so drivers are obviously going to do that if they can. It used to be that if you maxed it out on the rev limiter, your engine would fall apart after 4 hours, whereas now we're at a point where the equipment can handle it, so you got to be on the limit every single corner of every single lap if you want to get a solid result. And here they come into the pits.
Pit stop. I always like saying pit stop just like that because Guido from the movie Cars.
Yes, that's what
yes. Is that what you?
Guido. And all the little forklifts, their mustaches fall off.
Yes. Pit stop. Yes. We grew up in the time of Cars.
Our eyes on the leader, boys.
Yes. No, we said that. We said that he was in the pits. Glacier Racing GreenHELL, though, is getting near Tiergarten, and I don't know what the strategy is here, because I think it's going to come down to a podium. I really do believe that it's Adrenaline eMotorsports 2's a race to lose.
Yeah, they've come out. They're still in first position. Now it's a case of just don't make a mistake and the race is yours.
Right. And Glacier GreenHELL, Glacier Racing GreenHELL, that is, I believe still needs to make sure that they get some extra fuel loaded into that Lamborghini. I'd be surprised if not. But that team is just so far behind.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite curious to see these final minutes of this race. Gap is between the lead and Glacier is 18 seconds, but relatively the gap between P1 and P2 is around 33 seconds between Adrenaline 2 and Simsa, and that gap between Simsa and Adrenaline 1 is just coming down ever so slightly, because first lap of Basush was a 8:49, of course. That lap is the out lap out of the car, but he gets blocked by the 271 slightly on the exit of the arena. That is the T3 Esports Gamma car. So that gap is coming down. There will be a battle for position for the P2 eventually. It's just a matter of where and when that will happen. I think that will happen about 15 minutes to go into this race.
25 minutes, and the 21 Adrenaline Motorsport number 2 car is in the lead of this race. There's been a lot that has happened in this race, most notably the fantastic getaway from the for the overall lead by the SP7 Porsche Cup driver. Highlight of the last few months of some broadcasts, just hysterical. Top 8 rundown. Adrenaline eMotorsport 2 in the lead by 19.5 seconds over Glacier Racing at GreenHELL. Simsa Esport rounds out the podium. Adrenaline eMotorsport 1 is in 4th. NJB Performance Red, a nice race in 5th right now, while Como Motorsport, Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and NJB Performance Green round out your top 8 in the SP9 class. In the SP7, the Porsche Cup, Sim Racing Academy Black in 1st by a minute and a half over Raceline Sim Sports. Slow and Confused, a good race from them after a really bad incident could have put them completely out of the race. But guess what? It didn't. Zacharol Esports in 4th, Birthday Cake Racing in 5th, just around 10 seconds in front of AVA Veritech Jerk without team, the best team, in 7th. And WS Racing Esports Purple round out your top 8 in the SP7 class. Moving on to SP10 Racing, GT4s with the Porsches and the BMWs. Simza Esport GT4, 22 seconds up on AVA Veritech Bastion, which is still a little bit of a close race. Simza Esports GT4 looking for its 3rd straight class victory to potentially still be champions for their drivers at the end of the season. Team RSO 297 round out the podium with Core Sim Racing Onyx in 4th, T3 Esports Gamma in 5th, German Sim Racing Red, German Sim Racing Magneta, and Elmo Racing in 8th. That rounds out your SP10. Now on to the slowest class, but definitely not the easiest. Did Paul want us to say it was easy to drive these things? Does that devalue the TCRs?
I would feel wrong saying that.
I
but
know.
I feel like that's what he was getting at. He said it wasn't difficult.
Yeah, so we're going to use Paul Matthew Smith's words and say that this car is unbearingly easy to drive. It's so hard to drive. Boosted Motorsport in P1 with Lone Wolf Motorsport, 23 seconds back. Still has a possibility of winning, but very low at this point. Marshmallow Racing, only a few seconds in front of Artifact's Slow Pony for a podium position, while Revolution Sim Racing Purple, Densis, or I can't I sometimes speak, Densu Sim Racing Black, T3 Sports Delta, and Fiercely Forward round out your top 8 in the TCR class. It feels like we're just counting down the minutes until the end of this race now, which is unfortunate because it was such a good 3 hours. But the last hour of the race has been, well, frankly, quite dull.
Yeah, we had a lot of fights, didn't we? But slowly the quicker guys made their way to the front of them. I think it was the start, just jumbled everybody up. We got 3 hours of the quick guys trying to fight their way through the almost quick guys, shall we say. And ultimately they managed it, and now most people are running in the correct positions, those that, of course, aren't in the wall, and thus out of the race. Yes,
that is an important distinction. You know, shout out to the only Mercedes that is still on track with Vibe Esports Red, Mayo Brown, currently sitting in position number 10, the last in the pack of SP9 class machines. The only Mercedes still in the race. This class is dominated by Lamborghinis. Again, I think it's because it sounds quicker and it's awesome to drive.
Majority of the cars were BMWs F4s, so whenever they made the switch, eventually become the Lamborghinis.
Right, exactly.
Z4s and not M4s, Z4s.
Yes, Z4s. But the league decided to go with the Lamborghini instead, and our ears, in my opinion, are really well off with that decision. There's still 2 Audis in the field, still going strong with Adrenaline E-Motorsport 1, which is, by the way, interesting that a team would have 2 different makes of cars in the field, with Adrenaline E-Motorsport 2 having a Lamborghini, while the sister team has an Audi. Also, Como Motorsport driving in the Audi. The only other class that has a mixed make is the SP10s, the GT4s, which is much more equal in terms of the selection. There's only two choices. The Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 or the BMW M4. And right now, the leader in that and the cars filling out the entire podium are all Porsches. So, good day for Porsches in the SP10 class so far.
You'd have to say that one of the reasons why the Porsche could be favored is that you get into this really, essentially the horrible bit of the track, wherever it's turning in the Nordschleife is the bit where you're likely to make mistakes, and the Porsche is favored there. It's where it feels a little bit more comfortable, whereas the slightly heavier BMW, it can become a handful if it steps out. So although you're equal over the course of the lap, maybe it's easier to be on the limit in the Porsche. You know, we did see a BMW causing the crash, not the Cayman, so that might be it, you know, that on absolute pace they're there, but over the course of 4 hours it's such a tricky circuit, you would rather have the Porsche, which is why they have risen up.
Yeah, and all right, boys and girls, strap in. This is going to be interesting. Basuch, less than 4 seconds. Last lap, actually snapped 4 seconds away from Kindler, and from the looks of it, it will snap 4 seconds again. So if there's any battles going on, it will be the battle for P3. Eventually, that is going to be a battle for P2. If we see Glacier Racing come down into pit lane for their service, but it's going to be interesting. You know, if where does Basuch make the overtake? Gap now coming down again to 3.6 seconds between both drivers.
You know, you did predict this, that we'd have... Lorenzo, you wonderful man. Yes.
Unforgiving as ever.
Very humble in his actions and his words.
He's the most humble.
If you say you are humble, does that mean you are humble?
No.
I am.
I'd say by definition, you are. You can't just keep justifying it like, I am humble. What are you saying? That's not how it works. It's an honor bestowed upon you. You can't give it to yourself.
All I'd say is I caramba, as we're now looking at this battle between Slow and Confused and Zach Crew. The problem is there is one NGB car right behind him.
Yeah, it needs to be careful here. That Lambo's getting held up an awful lot. Weaving around. You can see that it's clearly got the pace to get by because of how comfortable it is, but then we break into yet another corner, and ultimately Artuis in the slow confused car doesn't have to get out the way. It's on the quicker car, you know, that's where the onus is to try and get the move done. Flash the lights like, hey, move over, but he doesn't have to,
not his job
when he's so close to getting on the podium.
So right now we have some battles brewing. My goodness. Hey guys, are you ready?
I'm prepared.
And Lorenzo's humble.
Lorenzo's so humble.
All right. Well, that NJB Performance red car is not happy with having to go through traffic as Sven Weber deals with Dan Dracia, or Dracia, that is. Zacharel Esports Machine. Arturis Candelis in the slow and confused car. Potentially a position number 2 after having to use a fast repair earlier in the race. The race is still, you know, I will never forget that slow and confused as we catch a replay here. Without team. Oh no, don't do anything upsetting without team. Oh, Oh, no.
That's so easy to do as well. Just unsettles the car, but he has managed to keep it out the wall. Maybe a little bit of flat spotting, but at least he's still going. You make that mistake in the Nordschleife, the consequences are much, much higher. So if you're going to have a lapse of concentration, you'd be happy it's in the Grand Prix.
Yes. With style right there. Worked out well. Anyway, Slow and Confused. Do the viewers all remember what Slow and Confused went through? An entire lap with banged up suspension, still spun multiple times, made it back to the pits, got a fast repair, and it's right now on the podium in SP7 with a chance to get into position number 2. Well, position number 3, I should say.
Yeah, I really it's going to be quite the look for Candelas to see if he can close down, and then just say they've both been pretty much equal on race pace, whereas Den might get the cleaner laps so far, but gap is stabilized around the 1.5 to 1.4 seconds. There isn't a whole lot of draft he can actually catch in here, but let's go back. This is where it all matters. Carousel P3 battle between Kindler and Faber Basuch as they're gonna come down into the Vipperman section off the track because they just got out of the carousel. This is gonna be good. I know Basuch is gonna be on the back seat all the way down to Dodegahoa. He has to, and from listening, he will be that patient guy to look for the move.
Yeah, this is a big battle between two heavyweights in this series. I mean, this is a battle for a podium. These two teams both had its drivers win the first one of the 2 first races in the SP9 category. So they are right neck and neck, right on the gearbox, Basuch is. And this could mean a lot for the standings as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that could mix up the standings a little bit. It could bring the Basuch father and son duo closer to the standings, so the top 10 of the standings, of course, won't bring him, I think, towards the lead of the championship. We have to see in the next after this race where does the number 2 car, the sister car of Adrenaline is 10. But it is a very interesting battle because both of these cars, they've dominated the previous 2 rounds. With the number 20 car winning for round number 1, the number 53 round number 2 in a very closely contested battle, which was decided just on the Steppenwolde Fest. Now here we go, Basuch looking on the Klein carousel, not enough room to make that overtake. He's applying pressure, everything will come down into the exit of Galvin Cup towards the Dodegahoa.
This would be big for the Basuches to get into position 21 in the drivers' standings. Not as big for Kindler or Grinbergas because this is their first attempt at racing here. Ooh. We see a move right up to the gearbox, looking to not have to deal with the slower traffic in front. It might be a deterrent for a potential move or a switch back here, or maybe you want to get by quickly. They're still side by side. This is for a podium. Simsa Esports. Kindler is going to hold and not blink first. Wow. That was
the importance there.
Yes.
That was absolutely crucial because normally we speak about not wanting to battle, not wanting to hold yourself up, but at this stage, 10 minutes to go plus completing the lap, it's not unreasonable that you can defend on hold on. Here comes this cut across from Basuch. He'll be down the inside to turn 1. No, switches back to the outside again. That's where the traffic is. So they're going to both get through there. Can the 20 get on the power better? Maybe a little bit, but there's nowhere for him to go with it. As such, the Audi has to tuck in once again through the Mercedes arena. Again has a look. Not close enough on the brakes, however. And they exit this part of the Grand Prix circuit with no change of order.
We can say this now. There are 2 laps to go in round 3 of the Winter GreenHELL Championship 2020-21. The leaders will have raced 31 laps. And as of right now, only one other driver one other team outside the top 10, aka right now the SP9, will be on the lead lap in Sim Racing Academy Black's Porsche Cup team. A pass around the outside, he won't dare. Does he try it? There's a Porsche Cup car there. He's still going to possibly look at getting it done, but into the GT chicane says, I don't think so.
Interesting, boys.
Oh, yeah.
Glacier's on max safe because they have to save 2 laps. So, remember when we talked about engine mappings? It's happening.
Yes.
I think it is happening, people.
Okay.
I think,
Could this be a battle coming into P2 as well, if Glacier is saving the fuel as much as they are?
It most certainly could be. I would like to go back to that attempt to move into the chicane, though. That looked as if
There's
Audi had to back out of it. There's traffic again. You couldn't ask for much more in this fight. Simsa, they're now held up. That's a definitive loss of time, but they just got to not open the line. A little smidge up onto the grass.
And
there
look at
goes
that!
the Audi.
Basouche, what a move! He caught the Simsa Esports driver, Kindler, sleeping. And he's on the podium. Could he get into P2? I think he's going to fly away unless Kindler is able to just keep him within range. I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We were looking over here on the
What is
replay.
he
The
doing?
mirror move out of the 2-1-12 Elmo Racing. To be fair to the Elmo Racing driver, he just stayed on his line. And
I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, he just got the short stick, and Kindler was trying to go for the cut over there, block the number 20 car out of the maneuver, but none at all. He was already on side by side, and Kindler had to yield the position, and you can see the draft already being quite too great for Kindler to close by 7/10 of a second between Basouche and Kindler. It's going to be coming down to the very final lap to see if Basouche can actually nab P2 out of Valkyrie RV, and if Valkyrie RV is going to yield and go back to the pits.
I'm just shocked that, I don't know, I feel like Kindler, he made a move, and then instead of trying to bail out of it, he just stayed in the move. It's almost like he was stuck in slow motion and did nothing to try and correct it and hold on to a position.
Here's another bit of traffic. If this doesn't, a little bit of weave. That's the gap coming down a smidge again. What traffic gives, it then goes on to take away. Will the Audi be a little bit more polite to the Simsa Lamborghini? Of course not. The Lamborghini has to lift through that one as well. So
that's so frustrating. That's so frustrating for Kindler. It's not like the TCR could do anything really to, change their pace. It's not the responsibility of the slower car. And look at this. It's slow and confused. Zekarol Esports, they're within a half second. This is also for a podium position. Oh, it's time to down all that water because there's going to be a lot of action and a lot of speaking that we're going to have to do, boys.
These two have
just down
history as well. Sorry, carry on.
Both of them had have a little bit of history towards the early portion of this race, but now it's going to be a great battle between Dendrosea and Alturas Condelas as they're going to come down into Velsiphon. Hard braking zone, left-hand hairpin, open exit. Here they go. Nice and easy, smooth for both cars, but I think everything will come down to the Dodigan Hub in between them. I don't think Arturas will have enough room to actually get closer during the uphill portion, uphill straight portion of the track just after Bergwerk as they go into the climb of the Merch Life Mountain hill and forest. So the gap, I think, will stabilize right here. Expect something coming down on the Dodigan Hub for any overtakes.
So I'm looking also at the gap between Glacier and right now Adrenaline E Motorsport 1 and Basouche. And it was at 9 seconds. Right now, it's fallen to 8.5 seconds. Now, typically, you'd say 8.5 seconds in one lap? That's impossible. It's the GreenHELL. It's possible.
Particularly if that car, the Glacier Racing one, is in some sort of fuel-saving mode. Because how many times do we see, I'll go in fuel-saving, I'll make it, and you get halfway around the final lap, you go, oh, I need to save even more here, and you
Right.
start really lifting and coasting.
I'll tell you.
Expect that to plummet near the end.
I'll tell you, if the lap is anything in between 8.7 to 8.10, he's full fuel saving.
Oh, yeah. We see this battle for the podium in the SP7 class going around the carousel. These drivers will most likely still have one lap after this one to complete. Remember, the time when it does run out in 4 minutes, it still has to be a white flag. They don't just stop it at the time. It's the last lap when that time runs out. And Adrenaline eMotorsports 2's Tobias Ruff, who is the leader of this race, after his team started this car 6th on the grid. Well, they qualified 4 seconds off the pole time. It doesn't matter. Looking for its first win of this championship season. Past Tiergarten, about to get towards the white flag lap, the final lap of the race. There is still lots of battling happening for podium positions. 0.7 of a second. We see in the side-by-side view, the white flag is out. 1 lap to go here in this round 3 of the Winter GreenHELL Series. Now, usually there's more excitement here, but there's still lots of action to go. 8 to 10 minutes of it, in fact. And we're seeing battles between 2 sets, now just 1 of cars. It looks like we're looking at Sim Racing Academy Black's lead. No, it's actually Zekarelli Esports Slow and Confused. Messed that up a little bit.
Still is on track. 8.05 the lap.
Oh boy.
It's an all or nothing strategy from Glacier. If they run out of fuel here, of course, they're not actually going to make it to the end. This is the 9th lap. If they can somehow nurse it round, this would be miraculous. If they can nurse it round on the podium, I don't even have a word for that.
And you know NJB, 40, 50 seconds back is all of a sudden thinking, ooh, another spot? Don't mind if I do. And heck, Simza Esports, they might still yet be in a podium position. Oh man, Glacier Racing, GreenHELL, they have to save. And Fabio Basuch, well, he doesn't have to. Yeah, this is the 9th lap of Glacier Racing stint. 9 laps. 9.
What's the record? What, is it 9?
Well, in this race, yes. In this race, he's lifting, trying to do the impossible. 9 laps. This is a 15-mile track. I'm doing it in imperial units. I apologize. 15 times 9. That's 135 miles on a single full tank of fuel.
Are they going to engine map? I think they're going to engine map number 3.
On the Lambo?
On the Lambo, you still have some slight power, but
right,
you're gonna have to rely on lifting and just a more aggressive turn-in to make the car just be more effective out of the corners.
It's a 12-map setting, correct?
Yeah, it's 12. If the 12 map, if you go to the 12, usually it is like pit stop and full course yellow. And it is maximum fuel efficiency. I think they're in between number 5, between 3 and 8, more effectively 5 and 8, I think. They're trying to save as much fuel as they can possibly save, because the gap is just coming down like it's chunks of time being taken down by Basuch in comparison to Valky RV. Whereas we're still looking at this battle between Zakaru and Solskjaer. Both cars enter in the final lap in the Nordschleife portion, whereas there is a Coma car, Audi R8, just standing right behind them, looking to overlap them.
Last time into the Nordschleife section of the track in round 3. Zekerill Esports, Dan Dracia is leading Candelis, in this fight for a podium position. Candelis, Dracia, who's going to win this one? Wait for 7 minutes time. Now, Glacier Racing GreenHELL. Oh man, the gap has been cut down so much. We have two incredible battles happening at once. Now we've got some side-by-side action of everything going on. What you're currently seeing as we see some traffic on the left side. What we're seeing right now is Glacier Racing GreenHELL. That advantage will continue to get smaller. Look at oh man, that's scary. On the left side, Zekerill Esports slow and confused. Some traffic around them. Dracia has been passed, or it will be passing a TCR car. And then there is the Coma Motorsport Audi in a GT3 car. They get by the TCR. Things are looking good in terms of traffic as long as the Audi can get by. Oh, but look, it looks like there's another set of traffic. Scratch what I said. There's way too much traffic to be comfortable in this Porsche Cup class. Look at all the cars here. They're really going to have to go by them and have to worry about this GT3 car. Remember, there is still the Donder Hoa to go and Tiergarten. There will be wrecks. I can guarantee you that. There will be mistakes on this final lap with all of this traffic. I think the Coma Motorsport car is just saying, you know what? I can take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. I don't need to get involved here. Time has run out. This is the final lap of the race. Adrenaline E Motorsport number 2 on its way to the first victory of this season for the car. Oh, a little bit of some movement. What are you seeing, Lorenzo? Look at the gap. Look at the gap.
I can hear the car dying. I can hear Valkyar's car dying slowly.
It's a slow death. Around the carousel, no way that Glacier Racing GreenHELL will stay in P2. Can it stay in P3? The difference is around 2 seconds right now. We see on the left the Adrenaline E Motorsport number 2 driver. What a race. Tobias Ruff is in the car right now on the second part of the Nordschleife circuit. Really, no complaints at all about the performance for him and his teammates. But Glacier Racing GreenHELL still trying to hold off Adrenaline E Motorsport 1. I don't think he can do it. I really don't, especially when we do get to the Dodger Hoa. It's going to be way too difficult to make sure that that works out for him.
Question is, will he let him buy E? Oh, car is understeering so badly because he's trying to carry through lifting the car up so many corners. You can see lifting, slight brake, try to carry the car.
This is going to give Simza some time to catch up to the battle too, because Kindler, he's close to this. He's really close. I think he might not even have a shot though if this battle is going the way it's going. Will a move be done? Oh, he has to put on the brakes. That's too dangerous. Flashing the brakes, flashing it some more. My goodness, they almost touch. They almost touch. They're going down to the mini carousel. This race is going to come down to the wire. The last lap. 4 hours of racing at the famous Nordschleife. And a spot for P2 on the podium. It's going to come down to the very last turns. Dodger Hoa time in the draft. Side by side. And it's going to be Basouche. But look, the mapping, it's back on, and it looks like Glacier is going to pull away a little bit. Back into the slipstream they go. The win in this round goes to Tobias Ruff. But there's some action back here with his sister team, the number 1 Adrenaline E Motorsport car. There's some traffic in the form of a GT4 car. Oh no, it's the lead car of the GT4s. I don't know if he's going to get the move done. I really don't. Glacier might have pulled this off spectacularly. This is so hairy. All of the drivers know it. It's going to be a photo finish at the line, side by side. Oh, they almost touch, being squeezed down. He's out of fuel. He's out of fuel. It's going to be Adrenaline Motorsport 1. Basouche at the last, who gets position number 2. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Simsa Esport comes home just outside of podium position, and we still have some battling for the podium. It's about to go to the Dottinger again. Zekarel Esports, Slow and Confused, Kundelis, Dracia, who's going to get there first? And now the Audi is going to take a position. The Audi, don't do it, my friend. Let it go, let it go. This is not your race. He hears it and he heeds. Oh man, the draft, it's so massive. He pulls out to the right. He's gonna have the position. No questions asked. Is he clear? He is. Now will Zekarel Esports Dracia get back into the slipstream? He does. He's going to think about making a move. Will he make it here? He's not going to be able to. Will this be another last lap pass to make it into the podium? Oh, he went a little bit too wide. The momentum is in Kundelis. Another photo finish we're going to have here. He's going to stay in the slipstream. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Kundelis is out of the podium, while at the last, Dracia gets in for Zekarel Esports. They are P3, and my word, Tom Lorenzo, incredible, unbelievable racing here. It looks like Slow and Confused, my bad, on that will be in the podium spot.
What a race. What a race. 4 hours for 4 minutes of chaos at the end. 2 photo finishes across the line. I'm not sure you can ever ask for much more. That was, despite all of that,
I'm just sorry I messed up. I'm just sorry I said Slow and Confused was in P4. Slow and Confused, I'm the one that's Slow and Confused. They get on the podium.
You just told the lines out of my mouth.
My goodness. Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, a very wild race. Basically a mirror, a copycat of what we saw on the previous round. Unfortunately, we didn't have the TCR cars battling like we wanted to. But a great racing nevertheless. We saw, unfortunately, we didn't see in the frame Sim Racing Academy Black with Patrick with the car from Patrick Shilikowski actually finishing again in P1 in the SP7 category. Great race from them, again being dominant so far throughout this championship. And also in the SP10 we saw the Caravalaris Baumela in the Simsa GT4 also with Tony Runanen finishing up with them. It's going to be a very, very good interview with them coming up, but very, very good round once again, proving that Nordschleife can deliver amazing racing whenever he wants to. We're looking at the race things right now, Dylan.
You guys are going to take care of the interviews because I need a lot of water going into my system right now. Adrenaline E-Motorsport 2 wins it. Sister team right behind them, a 1-2 finish in the SP9. Glacier Racing GreenHELL rounds out the podium. Simsa Esports, NJB Performance Red, Coma Motorsport, Revolution Sim Racing Blue, NJB Performance Green, T3 Esports Alpha, and iLivery's Vibes Esports Red are in the top 10. The yellow side of that team is 11th, Marshmallow Racing, Sim Racing Academy Red, and Folsen Racing 69 rounds out the 14 drivers in the SP9 field. In the SP7, the Porsche Cup, Sim Racing Academy Black, of course, the winner here. Raceline Sim Sports and Slow and Confused at the last of it gets into the podium. Zekarel Esports, Birthday Cake Racing, AVA Veritech Dirk without team. Backmarker Racing Orange, Pro Drive Esport Team Gorello, WS Racing Esports Purple round out the top 10 with WorkWorks, AVA Veritech Yuri, and Zenith Esports, the 13 drivers. SP10s. We're going to GT4s. Simza Esports GT4, AVA, Veritech, Bastion, and Team RSO 297 round out the podium, all Porsches. Core Sim Racing Onyx, T3 Esports Gamma, German Sim Racing Red, German Sim Racing Magneta, Elmo Racing, Torque Freak Racing by Carrot, P&D Racing are the top 10 here. Rounding out the 15, Pro Drive Esport VLN Team Red, Fiercely Forward GT Team Holy Hall, well, it's actually 14. Tim Simone Modica are your 14. TCR, Boosted Motorsport wins it. Lone Wolf Motorsport 347, Marshmallow Racing 305. Your podium. Artifact Slow Pony just painstakingly outside of a podium spot. Revolution Sim Racing Purple. Dennis Sim Racing Black. T3 Esports Delta. Fiercely Forward. Laps at Racing Team 388. Torque Freak Racing. Avon Rise are in the top 10 of the TCRs. And that's your race results. Wow. That is called Winter GreenHELL. What a race, guys.
What a race, and I think I'll let Tom have this one because we're still waiting to see if more people are going to come in for the interviews. But for now, we have, I think, the winners from the SP10 category in Las Palmeras and Tony Ronan. And I think, Tom, you want to take them for an interview?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. We are, hopefully. There we go. Now we're joined by driver of the 247 car, Lars Baumiller, who I'm sure I've just butchered his name right in front of him. It was maybe an oppressive drive is the word to describe it. How did you come out and be just so consistent?
Yeah, it's feels great. It was another specially drive for us. First time with two drivers, and yeah, Pony did a really good job out there and was also faster than all others. So congratulations to him, and yeah.
Was there any stage throughout the race where you two were a little bit worried that somebody could catch you? We know that there was definite pace in the Vervatic car. Did you think that maybe they had a chance, or were you just all control all the time?
No, I think we had it all the time under control, and we managed it with in the beginning with a little bit fuel saving, and we had always a look at the delta and the gap, and we managed it, so it wasn't dangerous for us. So
lots of confidence. That's what we like. What about the? Also, we speak a lot about the difference in cars, the Porsche versus the BMW. Tony, is there a big difference, or is it just personal preference, do you think? You know, why would you go for the Porsche, for example, over the BMW for this particular event?
Yeah, the Beamer is a little bit faster.
Sweet. Sweet. But I mean, that's fair enough. I was waiting for a little bit more. Maybe you are still speaking, but if you are, your mic's gone. It was a little bit odd. But yeah, Lars, it's just quicker in a straight line, right? You know, what do you gain in the Porsche in exchange for losing that straight line performance?
yeah, well, it's important to have a good setup. The Beamer is a little bit faster on the straight and in the corner exit, so you can do what you want with the Porsche, but you have in corners who came corner for corner for corner, there you are a little bit faster in the Porsche, and so this is in the Hatzenbach and after the Hohe 8. So there you are faster than the Beamer. And at the end, I think both cars are same pace.
Yeah, it makes sense. Else we wouldn't see such an even divide and such great racing between the two. Finally, is there anything you two would like to say? Any shout outs, any thank yous, any of that sort of jazz?
Yeah, I will give a really thank you to my teammate, to Tony, to drive with me and help me this time, and also to all the watchers, and especially to our team owner. Yeah, it's great to drive for our team.
Fantastic. Tony, anything from you?
No, I'm good. And do you hear me now?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you now.
Okay, good. So I don't know what happened last time. So, but yeah. Big thanks to Lars. He was carrying me through the race. He made the gap big enough so that I can just cruise around. And big thanks to the team who is giving us these opportunities.
Fantastic. Well, go and enjoy your... It's going to be evening for me, whatever time of day it's going to be for you guys, and have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Too. And thanks for the orga.
Lorenzo, what about you? How are we feeling? We got Pascal Eilenfeld waiting for an interview now, and that is yet another name that I can guarantee I will not be able to pronounce.
Yeah, so let me bring Pascal Ihlenfeld from the winning SP9 team. Pascal, first and foremost, welcome to the booth, and finally the sister car gets a win. You got the number 20 got a win in round number 1. You guys came close on round number 1. Now round number 2, you had a few issues, but now third round, you guys get awarded with a very hard-earned win. Was that on strategies, or you guys felt so good with the setup? You felt unbeatable.
I think the setup was the point.
Right, because I asked because it was a very hot track in comparison to the last 2 rounds. You know, how do you prepare for a track that is considerably hotter than the previous 2 rounds, where you guys basically drove in cold weather and in temperatures that range nearly to the 18 degrees, with the basically matching the ambient temperature? How do you drive with something that is nearly double the temperature?
So I think it's a point of practice. We opened the practice lobby nearly with the weather from the race to practice it or the temperatures, and prepare the car and the setup for that kind of race.
Right, and eventually it brings the team closer in the overall, of course, in the overall standings, but let's just say category standings in the SP9. You guys get very close. Quite closer to your teammates in the number 20 car, and also in the guys from Simsa. Going to the last round, because it is now a 2-hour longer race, so it has much more strategies, and it is much more of a cautious race. How do you think the 6-hour event will go in your mind? Do you see much more as the same as you saw today, or there will be some more funky strategies where you guys probably gonna have to plan from the get-go?
I think there will be a few different strategies, but I think it will be a close race, very close race, because our first car, number 20, is very, very strong. The Glacier boys are very strong, and the Sims are also. So if you are able to drive safe and have a bit of luck in the traffic, then everybody can win. So
right. And with that being said, I'll leave it up to you, Pascal. Do you have any people inside, Adrenaline Motorsport, or anybody watching that you want to give a shout out for watching, giving help, or anything of the sort?
yeah, thank you. Especially to the whole team of us, to the real team and the esports team, to our sponsor, Hauer Designs, and yeah, that's all, I think.
All right, Pascal, thank you so much for being part of the broadcast. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to do in the next round, again, longer round, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you very much.
All right, that is Pascal Ihlenfeld, and we have his teammate Fabio Basucci. But which one you want to tackle first? You want to tackle Boosted or his teammate?
I think we should probably go to the teammate. You know, keep it within
Yeah,
within the
let's keep it
family
within.
at the moment. So.
All right,
joined-
Fabio.
Yeah.
No, with Tom. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you,
Hello.
Fabio. That was so impressive driving at times. Really had the pedal to the metal throughout a couple of the stints. Was it as exciting to drive as it was to watch?
Yes, it was very exciting in the car too. Yeah, after the 40-second stop and hold penalty, what we had, that we was had too much speed in the pits and the pit entry. I mean, yeah, the race was clearly over for the first place. Tobias from our teammate was very strong in the stint that he gave. I think over 10 seconds or 30 seconds when my dad was driving. But yeah, in the final it was very intense with Christopher, and now with I don't know, I can't spell his name, but yeah, it was very funny to drive in the last lap.
Yeah, you mentioned that last lap. You got onto the Dottinger Hoa for the final time. This car that's been running clearly down on engine power to try and save fuel suddenly turns it back up again. What was going through your head at that moment? You're just like, oh god, surely not.
Yeah, we had very much wing. That's why we can't overtook him in the Dottinger Höhe. I think I could overtake him in Breitscheid or in like there are corners that because we have so much downforce, and I felt that in the race that we has the most, I think, the best downforce from all of these cars, but our team car has top speed, so they have a little bit slower wing, so we had like 4 wing. That was, yeah, for Dottinger the last lap not very good, but good was that the Simsa car in front of us was there, that he hold the Lambo, so yeah.
Yeah, got it in a spectacular fashion. Photo finish, to say the least. As ever, anybody you'd like to say hello to, say thanks to, all that sort of stuff?
Thank you. So I will shout out to our sponsors. I'm a bit tired now. I'm a bit out of the stint. Howard Designs for our liveries, who made the best looking liveries in the field.
They are nice.
Yeah. And then my dad, who has not the pace today, but gave us the stop and hold penalty. Yeah. So we had a bit. So I had a bit to push, but yeah. Then Patrick, my best friend, and yeah.
Fair enough. Well, go and enjoy whatever you're doing this evening. You very much earned it, and thanks as ever for putting on a show.
Yes. See you, and I don't know when the next race is gonna be.
Oh, I'm sure somebody's supposed to know that. I don't know. It's 6 hours though, so you got plenty.
In February or something like that.
Yes. It's 6 hours, so make sure you're prepared for that one. No time
definitely.
to be losing space. But yeah, go and enjoy yourself.
Yes.
All right, and that was Fabio Basucci from the sister car, the number 20. And let's bring the last finishing car on the track. Let's bring Jonas Simmons and Alex Naller from the Boosted Motorsports. So, boys, first and foremost, let us apologize that we didn't catch you finishing the race. You guys were so far back that we would have waited 4 minutes. I'm just kidding. But but really saying congratulations on the win. Definitely an easier win this time, by.
Yeah, for sure. I think, well, it's no problem that you didn't catch us at the finish. I had to make a little pit stop. Since we were the last car on the lead lap, it was an opportunity for me to have a quick break out of the rig. So that's all good. And then yeah, we obviously had a hardware issue during the first stint while I was driving too, where I lost some force feedback. So we were comfortably ahead in the race at that point because I think Michael had already got a penalty, and a bit nerve-wracking really because we weren't sure if my wheel was going to reset and be okay. But yeah, thankfully all good. And then after that, yeah, it was pretty much just maintaining the lead we had.
Yeah, because I really want to talk about that issue with the force feedback. I know the marvelous world of sim racing can play a few tricks on each individual. How concerned were you to be, oh, this is not going to work. Even if I restart, this is not going to work. How that problem came to be?
Oh, well,
was it just random?
Yeah, I think the first thing is that I race on a pretty ancient wheel. I've got a Fanatec CSR Elite, which people may remember from Forza Motorsport 4 days. I'm long due an upgrade. Maybe this will be the flag to make it happen. But yeah, so it's pretty ancient, and occasionally it goes out of alignment as I'm driving around. So I press a couple of buttons and it realigns itself, and it just so happened, yeah, this time I pressed the realignment button going along the straight, and suddenly the force feedback just went, and it was weird because it was like weighted to the left a little bit as well. So it was not too bad through the right handers, you just didn't have the feedback, but the lefts were properly strange because I was having to like release the wheel rather than turn the wheel, if you know. So, yeah, it was a bit odd. Right. Bit odd, but we just thought we'll park on the slowest corner of the circuit and just see what happens, and thankfully it was okay. Yeah, not had to do that one before.
It was a very, I wouldn't say if it was a lucky hand, it was probably playing for you guys. You guys just got it out of your siphon. That was a really good moment. You basically would be clear out of the cars, and it was a very quick catch up. And did you guys see any difference? I was asking the other teams. Did you guys see any difference going into a hotter track and had to make real adjustments in the setup that you guys have for the TCR car? Or you guys just felt comfortable with the setup overall? It doesn't matter what time of day you guys were racing.
I don't think we really had to make any adjustments to the setup. More just adjusting to driving because of the hot track temperature. It's a lot easier to overheat the front tyres because, as Paul Smith eloquently explained to you all earlier in the race,
someone is watching.
All of the work has to be done by the front tyres, so you have to be very careful not to stress them too much. So yeah, you can't get anything past me.
Alex, let me just explain. It was to Tom and Dylan, not to me. I explained that you.
Wait a second. No, Lorenzo. I was the one who started saying it is a very understeery car if you don't know how to drive it.
All right, let's. Very good.
I have to say, I was in the car. I've got no idea what happened here. So this is really
Alex, we saw in the live stream, the live chat that you were saying that we wanted Paul back, and I'm like, first of all right, thanks, Alex. What am I to you? And second of all right, fine, we'll get Paul back on. He kind of forced his way on, so there you go.
Listen, it's not my fault that your puns managed to be even worse than his, okay? That sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem.
He makes it a me problem is the worst part. Like.
Right, anyway, so a long time ago I was talking about tyres, wasn't I?
Yes.
Yeah, so they overheat. So yeah, we have to be a lot more careful on the throttle and on the brakes, just trying to nurse the car as much as possible because it's very, very long stints, hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half, some of the longest stints in iRacing. So yeah, it's no changes to the setup, but just, change to the driving style really.
Fair game, and I can relate to that. But Alex, George, you guys probably have a few people to shout out, especially that we're looking in the YouTube chat. So you guys have the floor. Give your shout outs, people.
I'd just like to give a shout out to George.
What about the rest of? And I think the rest of the boosted squad, to be honest. It's always good racing for those guys. I do a little bit of racing with the guys in Apex as well, so best of luck to them in the PESC race, which I believe is probably coming up next, I suppose, on RaceSpot.
It's actually on the iRacing channel, just to let you guys know, and in the All-Star race, if you're wondering. The race is about to go soon. But yeah, good luck to the drivers. It is Zach Campbell, Jimmy Fluke, my fellow friend Jeff Giassi. So let's see how they will do in PESC. Anyway, George, Alex, thank you so much for coming along, and good luck on the final round in about a month.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you, Dylan. Finally, have you taken your water break?
I have taken my water break. I think I need many more water breaks, but it's not a break if it's at the end of this wonderful broadcast. That was an amazing finish. So glad that we were able to bring that to everybody, and I guess my final thoughts, and I'll ask you both yours, was just it's incredible to me how this track, for as humongous as it is, pretty much provides constant action.
I'd have to agree. The track, every single round, produces action. It produces different action as well. So I can't wait to see what happens in the 6-hour race, because we'd have completed that. We still have 2 hours of fantastic racing to go. So all still to come here on RaceSpotTV. What about you, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I have to also agree 100%. Unfortunately, it isn't like real life where you have 140 cars or 160 cars driving in one track. We only can have about 50 to 60 cars driving on track, and it's still not enough. But it is great racing nevertheless to see all these drivers going forward and taking the max performance out of the cars, and we are rewarded with a finish like this. Second very close finish in a row. We saw the last race being decided at the Dorniga and also in the Tiergarten sections. Now we see that basically decided on the start finish line. So I'm very happy to commentate this once again. I can't wait to see what the final round brings.
Once again, some great racing action in the Winter GreenHELL series. Well, I guess that's it from myself, Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Bonder, and Tom Davis. We wish you all a pleasant good evening, a pleasant good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. One more round left of this Winter GreenHELL season. It's 6 hours. You're not going to want to miss it. Take care.